President Trump has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office.
The House case is rushed, weak, and incomplete.
History will be our final judge. Will senators rise to the occasion?
The only conclusion will be that the president has done absolutely nothing wrong.
These people are looking for anything they can get because they know they're going to lose the election.
You're looking at a live shot of a rainy morning on Capitol Hill, and it's a pivotal day in the future of President Donald J. Trump. Welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. At the top of the hour, the Senate will reconvene as a jury, but this time they'll listen to lawyers speaking in defense of the president. Trump's legal team will argue that the president should not be charged or removed from office on these two articles of impeachment, abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Like the Democrats, President Trump's team has up to 24 hours divided over 3 days to make its case. And if you're keeping time, as our reporters are, the Democrats used 21 hours and 18 minutes of their time. So with me to discuss how the president's defense team will use their allotted time, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix, James Hohmann, author of the Daily 202. This is the opportunity for President Trump's team to make their case to the American people, to the senators, and not just do it around the edges of the proceedings so far, Amber, sort of jumping over to the cameras, but they've got center stage now. How important is this moment?
It's huge for them. This is their first moment in the entire impeachment process to really have an uninterrupted say outside of, as you mentioned, tweets or TV interviews. They did not agree to work with House Democrats where they could have had the opportunity to question some of their witnesses in the latter part of that impeachment inquiry process. They declined to cooperate. And so this is the first time we're going to hear them actually address the allegations.
You know, the first day of this Senate trial, we saw arguments over process, arguments over the structure of things. And Democrats use that to sort of hit the ground running, James, and start talking about why they think the president should be impeached. But the defense team of the president didn't seem quite ready to go for that focus. They were kind of arguing process.
That's right,
more.
Yeah, and they were kind of caught off guard when Adam Schiff came out swinging that first day and basically said, this is going to be our substantive case. And as Amber says, this is going to be their substantive case. Jay Sekulow, the president's lead attorney, the White House counsel, or not the White House counsel, but his lead personal attorney, saying this is going to be coming attractions. You know, they're going to, here at the top, early on today, they're going to explain kind of tit for tat why they think the president should not be removed from office. So this will be the first time that they kind of get the time that they want. They say that they're going to be more staccato than the Democrats, that they're going to be punchier and quicker, that they're not going to use their fully allotted time. But they have a big amount of time to make a substantive case. And frankly, it's also significant because we have not heard a substantive defense of the president. We've heard a lot of whataboutism. We've heard a lot of attacking the Democrats. Throughout the whole House impeachment process, this is also important because the White House chose not to participate. They could have had the president's lawyers there on the House floor making the case against impeachment. They chose not to do that. So this is the first time kind of in this kind of context where they're going to get the chance. They can do whatever they want with the time. It doesn't mean that they have to answer every single allegation against the president, but this is their first real formal opportunity to do so.
Adam Schiff and the other House impeachment managers really did lay out their case, sometimes literally in numerical fashion, going through the reasons why they believe President Trump is guilty of these offenses. Let's go now to our colleague Rhonda Colvin on Capitol Hill to catch up on the final moments of last night as impeachment manager Schiff was making that final case. Rhonda, what stood out to you as he wrapped that up?
All right, yes, Adam Schiff last night spent a lot of his time giving a preview, but first I want to show you guys something whimsical. This is a photo that our cameraman, Justin Scoletti, our colleague, he took last night. This shows you exactly what these long nights look like here on the Hill. There are overflowing trash cans with food and pizza boxes. The Hill seems to be keeping these pizza businesses in business right now. So that's what it has been like at the end of a long night and long days here on the Hill. But back to what we saw last night, Adam Schiff spent most of the time giving sort of a preview of what he thinks that the defense is going to say today. He said they're going to attack our House process of this impeachment proceedings. They're going to attack me. And he was really speaking to the chamber, but possibly also to the American people. He also took on the criticism that the House took too long with these 3 days of opening arguments. They did take up almost all of their 24 hours, just shy of the full 24 hours. But he told them, look, we had to do this, and we want you to know that we should not be rushing through this. Take a listen.
So let us not be fooled by the argument that it will take too long, or persuaded that the trial must be over before the State of the Union. This is no parking ticket we are contesting, no shoplifting case we are prosecuting. It is a matter of high crimes and misdemeanors. How long is too long to have a fair trial, fair to the president and fair to the American people? The American people do not agree on much, but they will not forgive being deprived of the truth, and certainly not because it took a back seat to expediency.
So just for a little bit of history, the Clinton impeachment managers, they took up about 16 of their 24 hours. And as we just said, this team here, the House managers this time around, took up almost all of their minutes. And maybe that could be because there were a lot of events surrounding this impeachment proceeding. There were a lot of names and a lot of slides and exhibits that the House wanted to go through. So in terms of what we are going to see today, it is very important. I heard Amber say that this is a pretty significant day here. Even though it is starting out on a Saturday morning, it is very important because this is the first time that we're going to hear from the defense uninterrupted. They are expected to go after the House process. They have hinted toward that in interviews and also in their briefing that they filed over last weekend. And they're also going to bring up that they believe that the president's call was not illegal, that it was, quote, that perfect call. And then we're probably going to hear, if not today, probably next week, we're going to hear them involve the Bidens in their argument, that the Bidens are implicated in this these events, and they're going to start naming Hunter Biden and former Vice President Biden. So stay tuned. We don't know exactly what they will say. We're going to find out in just a matter of time, but that's sort of a preview of what we do know. And we do know that they are going to possibly make this a shorter day. We're hearing about 3 hours in entirety for today, and then in earnest next week they're going to start with more of their opening arguments.
Rhonda Coleman, thank you so much. James, I'm interested, as so many of us are, to hear exactly what the defense team presents today, and if it is like this coming attraction, like sort of some teasers of the case they'll be laying out more on Monday. They need to control this news cycle for a little while here, and they will by the nature of just taking center stage now and giving some information. But I'm wondering how they're going to be trying to win over these moderate Republicans that we've been talking so much about, that has been our focus. They're going to need to put some meat on the bone, I think, to appease some of them and answer some of their questions.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. And the person to watch here again is Lamar Alexander. All 4 of the Republicans that we're paying attention to holding their cards close to their vest, including, again, late last night, Lamar Alexander saying there is a mountain of evidence, I think he might have even said compelling evidence has been presented by the impeachment managers. We were patient. We listened to them. That doesn't mean I'm going to agree with all their arguments. Now I do want to hear the other side. And Alexander is sort of considered one of those pivotal votes. And there's a lot of tea leaf reading by, frankly, the president's team and Democrats. Like when he says Democrats have presented a mountain of compelling evidence, does that mean he doesn't think that there needs to be more evidence, that he doesn't think that there needs to be subpoenas? That he could say, well, the president acted inappropriately, but it doesn't justify removal. The president's team worrying a little bit about Alexander talking that way. And so that the onus is today, I think one of the challenges for people who work for Donald Trump is that a lot of times their audience is Donald Trump. The risk is that the lawyers are playing to the president and trying to make the president feel like, they're really fighting for him. But these are lawyers, and they're trying to appeal to jurors, and really those specifically 4 Republican jurors and that's why I think some of the arguments that might be surprising to some people could be tailored to those 4 specific people. For example, every president sort of does things that may not be considered appropriate, but that's the prerogative of the president. Someone like Lamar Alexander is interesting because he actually worked in the Nixon White House. He worked in the Nixon administration and was there through the whole Watergate fiasco. So he's someone who might, and he was a Secretary of Education under George H.W. Bush. So you could kind of make arguments about executive power generally that might resonate with someone like that who is a key vote.
Amber.
Well, to that point, as you were saying that, my memory was jogged on Tuesday when the last time we got to hear Trump's lawyers talk because they were debating the rules and they got a chance to debate. They tried to appeal to the personal nature of these senators by saying, listen, if you guys vote to subpoena John Bolton, a former national security advisor, or Trump's acting chief of staff, what happens next? Could one of your conversations with President Trump be brought up on the Senate floor at some point, or with a future president? They were really trying to
Such a good point.
put
Personalize
them in
it.
their shoes and personalize it.
Yeah.
We also saw Adam Schiff trying to do that same
Yeah.
personal, tailoring a message last night, saying that the president would investigate you. There's no reason why he wouldn't call for an investigation of Joe Biden. Why not you? And so trying to sort of strike a tone of fear and consequences for these senators. There was so much that that Adam Schiff wanted to sort of wrap up and communicate last night, trying to do a bit of a pre-buttal and prepare everyone for the arguments to come today, but also give a sense of the gravity and the weight of history. He talked about his own personal story. He talked about his father, a veteran. He talked about Abraham Lincoln. But there was one line that he said that had a lot of people talking at the end of the night last night, and it was something that Republicans really were concerned about. It raised some hackles. Let's listen to this line from Adam Schiff.
CBS News reported last night that a Trump confidant said that GOP senators were warned, vote against your president, vote against the president, and your head will be on a pike. Now, I don't know if that's true. Vote against the president and your head will be on a pike. I have to say, when I read that, and again, I don't know if that's true, but when I read that, I was struck by the irony. By the irony. I hope it's not true. I hope it's not true. But I was struck by the irony of the idea when we're talking about a president who would make himself a monarch, that whoever that was would use the terminology of a penalty that was imposed by a monarch, a head on a pike.
Not only is that very evocative, it is striking because it's like this anonymous quote, and you heard Adam Schiff almost like, well, I don't know if it's true, almost like walking it back a little bit, even as he was trying to hit it home. In an otherwise very meticulous case, this is sort of an anonymously sourced thing, and you could actually hear the senators in the chamber reacting to that, James.
Yeah,
they were not happy.
They were not happy.
Republicans were not happy.
Republicans were not happy. They were kind of upset. They're groaning, essentially. And it did kind of, I think, go back to what we saw earlier in the week, which is that they felt like they were being kind of condescended to or being told what they, that you don't, I think some of them felt like they were being talked down to, potentially some of those four. And it is striking to hear that on the Senate floor because we frankly get blind quotes like that from Trump confidants all the time. That's sort of the way people talk in Trump world, that it sort of rings true in some ways. We don't know who the source was. It was not our reporting. But when you say it that way, and then when, it's a classic Schiff move to kind of take that and then elevate it into, this was the penalty that monarchs used, and to kind of tie it into the whole case that he's tried to build. It is powerful. And I think that's why people were uncomfortable. And I do think that there was some of Schiff's comments yesterday were designed to be a little bit more personal. I think to some degree he wanted the senators to be shifting in their seats, and that's why one of the other most powerful, memorable moments from yesterday was when Adam Schiff started quoting John McCain at some length, and he quoted John McCain saying, "We are all Ukrainians," in talking about how the aspirations of the Ukrainian people are the aspirations of the American people and why it's important. And our reporters who were in the gallery said Lindsey Graham, who considered himself John McCain's best friend, was shifting very uncomfortably in his chair. And I think that was the point. I think Schiff was trying to make some of these Republicans kind of have, at least feel a little bit guilty in their consciences, that they're kind of going along with what Schiff sees as such a clear-cut abuse of power.
This head on the pike comment had Republicans specifically pushing back at it and saying, that we've never been, no one's ever told us that. That's, and it also did seem to get some blowback from these moderates that are so key to winning some concessions here. Do you see that as like a misstep, Amber? Do we have to see how this plays out?
Yeah, it's tough. At first, when I saw, and Susan Collins, one of these four, our reporters who were overlooking the chamber at the time, said she was saying that's not true, like very clearly saying that's not true and frustrated by that. At first, I thought, is there a little bit of mock outrage to that? Like were they just grabbing on to the one critical thing they felt Schiff said out of this hour-long, emotive, very like theatrical speech by him? But then I put myself in the position of these Republican senators who, as James outlined, feel like their characters being maligned. Schiff was essentially saying, here's John McCain, this hero, here are all these other heroes, including my father, who will stand up for what's right. You guys are a bunch of scaredy cats. I could see that being a misstep because he needs those people to help vote, to extend the witnesses.
Senator Sherrod Brown, a Democrat, reacted at the microphones to this. Let's go to hear what that senator had to say. This is a Democrat, so that's important to give the context of he's giving us a sense of what he was witnessing inside that room.
When Adam Schiff said that about the spike, the head on a spike, that was the only time I heard a loud, audible reaction from the Republican side in the entire 4 days. And methinks you protested too much. We know the president attacks people that work for him. We know he attacks politicians and others by name. We know that, and we know that there is fear of him throughout the Republican caucus.
All right, that gets to the point you were making, James, that Senator Brown saying, well, this would be in line with how the White House speaks, how President Trump speaks.
He does govern by fear in a lot of ways. I think Trump would admit that. That Trump once said he kept a copy of Machiavelli's The Prince on his bedside. I don't know that that's true. Earlier this week, when Democrats called Mitch McConnell Machiavellian, one of McConnell's top advisors posted on Twitter a picture of Machiavelli with McConnell's head superimposed, and Machiavelli said it's better to be feared than loved. So I mean, it's not totally at odds. Trump, I think, has very successfully kept the Republican conference in line by making people afraid to cross the president. We talked about this some during our show yesterday about how people who have kind of stood up to the president in the past feel burned after doing so, and that's one of the things that's kind of keeping them together as a tribal pack.
I mean, you look at how successful Trump's been at that. In the vote to impeach him, not a single Republican voted to impeach him. Not a single Republican, even though a number of them had private concerns about this. And then that just gave Trump all the leverage he needed to go to the Senate and say, do not step out of line.
Yeah, when we see someone like Justin Amash go against the president, it ends up pulling him out of his own party, right? Becoming an independent, getting stripped of a lot of the things that come with being in the Republican caucus. I do want to point out that President Trump has tweeted this morning as we're waiting for this procedure to get underway. I'm going to read this to you. Our case against Lion Cheaton, Little Adam, Shifty Schiff, Crying Chuck Schumer, Nervous Nancy Pelosi, their leader, Dumb as a Rock AOC, and the entire radical left, Do Nothing Democrat Party. I'm almost done. Hold on. Start today at 10 a.m. And then he gives a bunch of networks it's going to be on Fox News, OAN, Fake News CNN, or Fake News MSDNC. You can also catch it right here. You can catch it right here at the Washington Post, folks. President Trump, you tune in here. Okay, so interesting because he is promoting people to tune in and watch as his lawyers get center stage and are able to argue in his defense. And he uses this opportunity, of course, to go through that list of name calling.
Well, the list of name calling, I think, is so prescient on Adam Schiff's part because last night he said, let me take a moment, guys, recognizing this might be the last time he gets to talk if senators don't agree to extend witnesses or talk in a real way. He can answer questions later. And he said, I bet what they're going to do is attack me, attack Pelosi, attack the squad. And Trump mentioned Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez there, who's part of this group of new House freshmen. And when you do that, when he does that, remember that they're trying to divert away from the Ukraine stuff. And I just thought, I mean, Trump basically did exactly what Schiff said he would, which was look at all these bad people, bad Democrats, they're out to get me. Let's undermine the investigation without talking about the accusations.
I just want to point out what we're watching here. Democrats are delivering their more than 28,000-page trial record. So you see there the House impeachment managers. They started the procession on the House side, and they're crossing the rotunda over to the Senate. You can see there all of that trial record going over with them.
Well, and this was a debate at the beginning of the trial. A big one is at the beginning of the Bill Clinton impeachment trial. Before any word was spoken, senators sat down at their desks and had printed out hundreds and hundreds of pages of each side's case. Mitch McConnell, under the trial rules, didn't allow that. He wanted to vote later, after all this was done, of whether to have that information be presented to senators, and eventually walk that back after pressure from moderate Senate Republicans.
James, Adam Schiff gave some other prebuttals last night as he was using those final moments of having a captive audience, I think we can say, fairly captive audience in the Senate as the night wore on last night. What else did he want to warn the Senate about?
You flicked at it a little bit, but and I think the top one is that if Donald Trump's willing to order, if you can order an investigation of Joe Biden, he can order an investigation of Ted Cruz. What he didn't say Ted Cruz's name, but and that is, you have to remember the context of several of these Republican jurors ran against Trump in 2016 in some of the nastiest, primaries in modern American politics. And I think that argument does kind of break through to some people, even if they're not going to change how they vote. The other thing that's important to note is kind of the institution of the Senate. A lot of senators, even if they don't kind of live up to it, envision themselves as institutionalists, specifically Lamar Alexander. And the idea, remember, there's 2 articles of impeachment. Most of the focus was on abuse of power. But the second article of impeachment is obstruction of Congress. And Schiff, in his close, repeated what yesterday was supposed to be the obstruction of Congress day. It ended up kind of being a lot about abuse of power, saying they're not going to comply with any subpoenas that you guys have. If you want to do legitimate oversight, that's dead. And it's not just Trump who's not going to comply. If there's no cost to not complying with subpoenas, no future president is going to comply with legitimate oversight requests from the Senate. And I think that's a substantive argument that actually does resonate with a lot of people, especially people who have been around a long time and understand that that's a huge part of the job of being a lawmaker. That I don't think it's going to move the needle necessarily, but I think that was what he was trying to plant in their mind. That this isn't just House Democrats and the squad and AOC and Pelosi and me versus Trump. This is Congress in some ways versus the executive branch. That's really the rub of the second article of impeachment.
You also get the sense that Adam Schiff is speaking for the history books, right?
Yeah.
He's recognizing his place in history at this moment. His team was clipping and sending out, though, moments like 2 nights ago of the highlights of his rousing closing speech that he made as he seemed to be wrapping up the abuse of power argument. Amber, we heard more of that yesterday morning. And I was seeing fundraising pitches on social media last night from Adam Schiff's, fundraising wing, promoting what he was doing, saying like, I'm working so hard, essentially like, contribute to approve of the work and support the work that we're doing. So there's politics at play and there's also history at play.
Yeah, and that's awkward for Democrats especially because they have to come into this trial and they spent the past 3 days saying, just trust us. I know we're politicians, but we're not trying to get Trump out because we don't like it. We genuinely think this stuff is wrong. Just trust us to take off our political hats. This is politics. You can't untangle politics from impeachment. And I think, Libby, you pointing out Democrats fundraising on Adam Schiff's objectively good speaking style and the way he just has a way to coalesce it all, especially for Democrats on the left, and then make some Republicans uncomfortable, speaks to how this is all political in nature because Democrats aren't kidding themselves. They don't think 20 Republicans are going to join all Democrats and kick Trump out of office.
It's important to say that. Yeah, exactly. Right.
So they're like, well, okay, let's use this to help us in November. But also, don't worry, we're not politicians right now. We really think Trump objectively is a bad president, should get kicked out.
And that's why there was so much hesitancy from Schiff and Pelosi to go this route because I think they understood that this that dichotomy that you just outlined would exist, especially going into an election year. And that's why you heard for so many months, let's just let the voters decide. And then you also heard Schiff kind of so sensitive to what you just said, saying it's not enough to just wait 9 months to get to an election. And so I think one of the things he did in that close was, here are all the harms, here are all the terrible things a vindicated, emboldened Donald Trump could do if he's acquitted, for the next year. And it's because they're so sensitive to that it just looks like an election year power grab. And to convey that it's not.
Right.
What were you saying?
I was interrupted you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. The election's 10 months away. Like
Right.
it's just this. We've never had this in modern American history like
Yeah.
this.
One argument we've seen Republicans say, and supporters of President Trump, that the Democrats are trying to mess with voters' will, right? That the voters made their choice, don't mess with voters' will. Now, we've seen some archival tape where we saw Democrats saying the same thing during the Clinton era, or during the Clinton impeachment, saying, don't mess with the voters' will. But the more that Republicans and the president's team can personalize it for voters, in the same way we saw Adam Pike sort of saying to the senators last night, this head on a pike thing, as Adam Schiff warns them, like essentially you're cowards if you don't act this way, or don't be intimidated, don't be bullied, and they didn't like being told what to do. The more that Republicans can make it look like the Democratic-led impeachment managers are like trying to orchestrate the will of the people or go around the will of the people, it seems like an easy argument. So Democrats are trying to push back at that and say this is not about the will of the people, this is about what the president himself can do. And I think we might hear some more of that today. I want to play some tape of Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. He just spoke with reporters on Capitol Hill. This is a moderate Democrat. Listen up.
There's going to be things that's going to be said. I'm sure things said today that's going to upset Democrats. This is the tough situation that we're in. It's the most serious thing that I've ever done as a public official. If you're going to have a trial, I don't know how you have a trial when you know there's evidence that you haven't seen or witnesses you haven't heard from that have firsthand knowledge. So yes, I am very much in favor of that. But we want to see what the defense and their rebuttal today and the next couple of days, then we'll go from there.
For moderate Democrats, asking for more evidence is really a safe terrain to be on.
Yeah.
And the latest poll that came out from the Washington Post and ABC indicates that a lot of Americans want to see more evidence.
Including, pulling up the numbers here, 45% of Republicans as well. Now, an earlier Washington Post ABC poll actually found 2 in 3 Republicans want Trump to let his top witnesses testify. So I think some of Trump's defense is definitely like resonating with Republicans, but that's a notable number. A majority of Americans, 51%, think the Senate should kick him out of office in an election year. That's a weighty statement. And Trump will say, well, that's only 50%, half the country still supports me. 50% is a lot. And then to have 45% of Republicans want that as well. I think Democrats recognize that public opinion is on their side. That doesn't mean the Senate is, though. They have different constituencies.
What do you make of those poll numbers?
That's why I think Republicans were so sensitive to wanting to push the debate over witnesses to the end of the trial. And that's also why you've heard a shift in Republican messaging. And this was the plan all along, but was to kind of start the trial. And now the new Republican talking point is we need to focus on doing the people's business, kind of establishing the harm of having witnesses, or the drawbacks of having witnesses. This could drag on for months. John Cornyn, one of the leading Senate Republicans, was saying last night, this could push the trial past the election, which isn't true. And Democrats responding and saying, no, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court's in the chamber. We don't need to let this stuff get bogged down in the courts. He could decide questions and concerns about executive privilege and motions. Like right now, right here, we don't need to do it. But Republicans are saying that because they're trying to move those 45%. This is about getting Republicans to feel like, no, there was a trial. Democrats got more than 20 hours of time to make their case. We've heard all this evidence, and let's move on. And that was why McConnell was so intent on pushing these votes over witnesses and keeping his party together until the end, hoping that it gives enough cover to move on. Because I do think they're concerned. That was also why the original resolution that McConnell put out to outline the shape of the debate allowed for 2 days of Democrats making arguments, and then they, under pressure from Republicans, agreed to move it to 3, and it was because some of these moderate Republicans were concerned about the optics of Democrats being forced to go past midnight to make their case, that it would look like they were it was going to be a rush job, or that it was part of the cover-up. I think Republicans are sensitive to kind of accusations, which they know they're going to face anyway, that this is a cover-up.
All right, well, we've seen some key senators. Of course, we saw Leader Mitch McConnell. We saw Senator John Thune just a moment ago, Lisa Murkowski there. So things will get underway in just a few moments, and we will bring you the proceedings live and uninterrupted, of course. Joining us on the phone right now is Manuel Roig-Franzia, one of our colleagues who wrote a deep dive on the president's legal team, who we'll be hearing from today. Manuel, thanks so much for joining us. Who are you going to be watching today as we see what President Trump's team has billed as the coming attractions?
Well, I think you have something akin to a coming out onto the public stage for Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel. This is someone who, even after having made some initial remarks at the beginning of all these proceedings, is barely known in Washington. His face is not a face that would be recognized if he was walking down the street in front of our building. And the test here will be whether he will go hard after the House managers who gave a pretty forceful performance, and will he ratchet up the dialogue and the rhetoric to match his client, the President of the United States?
It's such a good question. Who is his audience? Who is he really appealing to? The American public, the senators, President Trump? We've seen this team gathered by the president who, as people have said, is sort of made for television. We're seeing Ken Starr, Jay Sekulow. Talk about some of the other attorneys who we haven't seen present yet, because we have seen Sekulow, we have seen a little bit of Pat Cipollone, but who else is on this team that's of note to you?
Well, all eyes will be on Alan Dershowitz. If there is a famous attorney in America in 2019, it's Alan Dershowitz. We've seen him on television so many times. He's been part of so many big cases. O.J. Simpson. He was played in a big movie, The Reversal of Fortune, that many people have seen, about the Klaus von Bülow case. And he's been known for pretty dramatic statements in support of the president. He's controversial. I would be keeping an eye on him. Ken Starr, of course, too. His history in Washington, being a part of the whole Clinton investigation, he hasn't said much up to this point. So two very famous attorneys who will be pairing up with a much more unknown quantity in Pat Cipollone. Will be interesting to see who ends up being the one we're talking about in a few hours.
Manuel, you have pointed out that back in the 90s, President Trump was watching how Kenneth Starr handled the impeachment process as someone going after a president, someone doing the investigations into President Clinton, and President Trump has said that Ken Starr was a lunatic, that he was a disaster, that he's terrible. Okay, take us to present day.
Well, I think all of those qualities, his bombasticness, his aggressiveness, now seem very appealing to a president who wants a very aggressive defense in front of what he perceives as a very political process. So the things that President Trump hated about Kenneth Starr back in the day are the things I would assume he will love about him during this process that we're about to watch.
Manuel Roig-Franzia, thank you so much for your time. We just heard Leader McConnell ask the senators to take their seats, so I'll bring it back here to the studio for a moment before things get underway. A reminder that we will be here with you all day, and we're streaming at WashingtonPost.com. We're also on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll be doing some analysis. If there are any breaks today, we do anticipate this to be a shorter day. We'll also be with you at the back end. After today, things kick back into gear on Monday at 1 o'clock. So tomorrow is a breather for everyone, probably a much welcome rest. Chief Justice Roberts back in the chair. Let me thank Amber Phillips and James Hohman for being with us as we back there as well. So let's go to the Senate chamber for the prayer.
Eternal God, the way, the truth, and the life, unite our senators in their striving to do your will. Lord, you have been our help in ages past. You are our hope for the years to come. we trust the power of your prevailing providence to bring this impeachment trial to the conclusion you desire. Lord, we acknowledge that your thoughts are not our thoughts, and your ways are not our ways. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are your thoughts higher than our thoughts, and your ways higher than our ways. Lord, we love you. Empower our senators, renew their strength. We pray in your dependable name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Senators, please be seated. If there is no objection, the Journal of Proceedings of the trial are approved to date. The Sergeant-at-Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Colleagues, we should expect 2 to 3 hours of session today. We'll take a quick break if needed.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 483, the Counsel for the President have 24 hours to make the presentation of their case. The Senate will now hear you. The presiding officer recognizes Mr. Cipollone to begin presentation of the case for the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Senators, Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, thank you for your time and thank you for your attention. I want to start out just very briefly giving you a short plan for today. We're going to be very respectful of your time. As Leader McConnell said, we anticipate going about 2 to 3 hours at most and to be out of here by 1 o'clock at the latest. We're going to focus today on 2 points. You heard the House manager speak for nearly 24 hours over 3 days. We don't anticipate using that much time. We don't believe that they have come anywhere close to meeting their burden for what they're asking you to do. In fact, we believe that when you hear the facts, and that's what we intend to cover today, the facts, you will find that the President did absolutely nothing wrong. And what we intend to do today, and we'll have more presentations in greater detail on Monday, but what we intend to do today is go through their record that they established in the House. And we intend to show you some of the evidence that they adduced in the House that they decided over their 3 days and 24 hours that they didn't have enough time or made a decision not to show you. And every time you see one of these pieces of evidence, ask yourself, why didn't I see that in the first 3 days? They had it. It came out of their process. Why didn't they show that to the Senate? And I think that's an important question, because as House managers, really their goal should be to give you all of the facts, because they're asking you to do something very, very consequential, and I would submit to you, to use a word that Mr. Schiff used a lot, very, very dangerous. And that's the second point that I'd ask you to keep in mind today. They're asking you not only to overturn the results of the last election, but as I've said before, they're asking you to remove President Trump from the ballot in an election that's occurring in approximately 9 months. They're asking you to tear up all of the ballots across this country on your own initiative. Take that decision away from the American people. And I don't think they spent 1 minute of their 24 hours talking to you about the consequences of that for our country. Not 1 minute. They didn't tell you what that would mean for our country today, this year, and forever into our future. They're asking you to do something that no Senate has ever done. And they're asking you to do it with no evidence. And that's wrong, and I ask you to keep that in mind. I ask you to keep that in mind. So what I would do is point out one piece of evidence for you, and then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and they will walk you through their record, and they will show you things that they didn't show you. Now, they didn't talk a lot about the transcript of the call, which I would submit is the best evidence of what happened on the call. And they said things over and over again that are simply not true. One of them was, there's no evidence of President Trump's interest in burden sharing. That wasn't the real reason. But they didn't tell you that burden sharing was discussed in the call, in the transcript of the call. They didn't tell you that. Why? Let me read it to you. Here's the president, and we'll go through the entire transcript. I'm not going to read the whole transcript. We'll make it available. I'm sure you have it, but we'll make available copies of the transcript so you can have it. The president said, and they read this line, "I will say that we do a lot for Ukraine. We spend a lot of effort and a lot of time." But they stopped there. They didn't read the following. "Much more than European countries are doing. And they should be helping you more than they are. Germany does almost nothing for you. All they do is talk. And I think it's something that you should really ask them about. When I was speaking to Angela Merkel, she talks Ukraine, but she doesn't do anything. A lot of European countries are the same way. So I think it's something you want to look at, but the United States has been very, very good to Ukraine." That's where they picked up again with the quote. But they left out the entire discussion of burden sharing. Now, what does President Zelensky say? Does he disagree? No, he agrees. They didn't tell you this. They didn't tell you this. Didn't have time in 24 hours to tell you this. Yes, you are absolutely right. Not only 100%, but actually 100%. And I can tell you the following. I did talk to Angela Merkel, and I did meet with her. And I also met and talked with Macron. And I told them that they are not doing quite as much as they need to be doing on the issues with the sanctions. They are not enforcing the sanctions. They are not working as much as they should work for Ukraine. It turns out that even though logically the European Union should be our biggest partner, but technically the United States is a much bigger partner than the European Union. And I'm very grateful to you for that, because the United States is doing quite a lot for Ukraine. Much more than the European Union, especially when we are talking about sanctions against the Russian Federation. Okay. You heard a lot about the importance of confronting Russia, and we're going to talk about that. And you will hear that President Trump has a strong record on confronting Russia. You will hear that President Trump has a strong record of support for Ukraine. You will hear that from the witnesses in their record that they didn't tell you about. So that's one very important example. They come here to the Senate and they ask you, remove a president, tear up the ballots in all of your states. And they don't bother to read the key evidence of the discussion of burden sharing that's in the call itself. Now, that's emblematic of their entire presentation. I'm going to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Mike Propura. He's going to walk you through many more examples of this. And with each example, ask yourself, why am I just hearing about this now, after 24 hours of sitting through arguments? Why? And the reason is, we can talk about the process, we will talk about the law, but today, we are going to confront them on the merits of their argument. Now, they have the burden of proof. And they have not come close to meeting it. In fact, and I want to ask you to think about one issue regarding process, beyond process. If you were really interested in finding out the truth, why would you run a process the way they ran? If you were really confident in your position on the facts, why would you lock everybody out of it from the president's side? Why would you do that? We will talk about the process arguments, but the process arguments also are compelling evidence on the merits, because it's evidence that they themselves don't believe in the facts of their case. And the fact that they came here for 24 hours and hid evidence from you is further evidence that they don't really believe in the facts of their case. That this is, for all their talk about election interference, that they're here to perpetrate the most massive interference in an election in American history, and we can't allow that to happen. It would violate our Constitution. It would violate our history. It would violate our obligations to the future. And most importantly, it would violate the sacred trust that the American people have placed in you and have placed in them. The American people decide elections. They have one coming up in 9 months. So we will be very efficient. We will begin our presentation today. We will show you a lot of evidence that they should have showed you, and we will finish efficiently and quickly so that we can all go have an election. Thank you, and I yield to my colleague, Michael Propura.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, good morning. Again, my name is Michael Propura. I serve as Deputy Counsel to the President. It is my honor and privilege to appear before you today on behalf of President Donald J. Trump.
And what is the President's response? Well, it reads like a classic organized crime shakedown. Shorn of its rambling character and in not so many words, this is the essence of what the President communicates. We've been very good to your country, very good. No other country has done as much as we have. But you know what? I don't see much reciprocity here. I hear what you want. I have a favor I want from you, though. And I'm going to say this only 7 times, so you better listen good. I want you to make up dirt on my political opponent, understand lots of it. On this and on that, I'm going to put you in touch with people, and not just any people. I'm going to put you in touch with Attorney General of the United States, my Attorney General, Bill Barr. He's got the whole weight of the American law enforcement behind him. And I'm going to put you in touch with Rudy. You're going to love him, trust me. You know what I'm asking, and so I'm only going to say this a few more times, in a few more ways. And by the way, don't call me again. I'll call you when you've done what I asked. This is, in sum and character, what the President was trying to communicate.
That's fake. That's not the real call. That's not the evidence here. That's not the transcript that Mr. Cipollone just referenced. And we can shrug it off and say we were making light or a joke, but that was in a hearing in the United States House of Representatives discussing the removal of the President of the United States from office. There are very few things, if any, that can be as grave and as serious. Let's stick with the evidence. Let's talk about the facts and the evidence in this case. The most important piece of evidence we have in the case, and before you, is the one that we began with nearly 4 months ago, the actual transcript of the July 25, 2019 telephone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. The real transcript. If that were the only evidence we had, it would be enough to show that the Democrats' entire theory is completely unfounded. But the transcript is far from the only evidence demonstrating that the President did nothing wrong. Once you sweep away all of the bluster and innuendo, the selective leaks, the closed-door examinations of the Democrats' hand-picked witnesses, the staged public hearings, what we're left with are 6 key facts that have not and will not change. First, the transcript shows that the President did not condition either security assistance or a meeting on anything. The paused security assistance funds aren't even mentioned on the call. Second, President Zelensky and other Ukrainian officials have repeatedly said that there was no quid pro quo and no pressure on them to review anything. Third, President Zelensky and high-ranking Ukrainian officials did not even know the security assistance was paused until the end of August, over a month after the July 25 call. Fourth, not a single witness testified that the President himself said that there was any connection between any investigations and security assistance, a presidential meeting, or anything else. Fifth, the security assistance flowed on September 11, and a presidential meeting took place on September 25, without the Ukrainian government announcing any investigations. Finally, the Democrats' blind drive to impeach the President does not and cannot change the fact, as attested to by the Democrats' own witnesses, that President Trump has been a better friend and stronger supporter of Ukraine than his predecessor. Those are the facts. We plan to address some of them today and some of them next week. Each one of these 6 facts, standing alone, is enough to sink the Democrats' case. Combined, they establish what we've known since the beginning. The President did absolutely nothing wrong. The The Democrats' allegation that the president engaged in a quid pro quo is unfounded and contrary to the facts. The truth is simple, and it's right before our eyes. The president was at all times acting in our national interest and pursuant to his oath of office. But before I dive in and speak further about the facts, let me mention something that my colleagues will discuss in greater detail. The facts that I'm about to discuss today are the Democrats' facts. This is important because the House managers spoke to you for a very long time, over 21 hours, and have repeatedly claimed to you that their case is, and their evidence is overwhelming and uncontested. It's not. I'm going to share a number of facts with you this morning that the House managers didn't share with you during more than 21 hours. I'll ask you, as Mr. Cipollone already mentioned, that when you hear me say something that the House managers didn't present to you, ask yourself, why didn't they tell me that? Is that something I would have liked to have known? Why am I hearing it for the first time from the president's lawyers? It's not because they didn't have enough time, that's for sure. They only showed you a very selective part of the record, their record. And they, remember this, they have the very heavy burden of proof before you. The president is forced to mount a defense in this chamber against a record that the Democrats developed. The record that we have to go on today is based entirely on House Democratic facts pre-cleared in a basement bunker. Not mostly, entirely. Yet even those facts absolutely exonerate the president. Let's start with the transcript. The president did not link security assistance to any investigations on the July 25 call. Let's step back. On July 25, President Trump called President Zelensky. This was their second phone call. Both were congratulatory. On April 21st, President Trump called to congratulate President Zelensky on winning the presidential election. On July 25, the president called because President Zelensky's party had just won a large number of seats in Parliament. On September 24, before Speaker Pelosi had any idea what President Trump and President Zelensky actually said on the July 25 call, she called for an impeachment inquiry into President Trump. In the interest of full transparency and to show that he had done nothing wrong, President Trump took the unprecedented step of declassifying the call transcript so that the American people could see for themselves exactly what the two presidents discussed. So, what did President Trump say to President Zelensky on the July 25 call? President Trump raised two issues. I'm going to be speaking about those two issues a fair amount this morning. They're the two issues that go to the core of how President Trump approaches foreign aid. When it comes to sending U.S. taxpayer money overseas, the president is focused on burden sharing and corruption. First, the president, rightly, had real concerns about whether European and other countries were contributing their fair share to ensuring Ukraine's security. Second, corruption. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, Ukraine has suffered from one of the worst environments for corruption in the world. A parade of witnesses testified in the House about the pervasive corruption in Ukraine and how it is in America's foreign policy and national security interests to help Ukraine combat corruption. Turning to the call, right off the bat, President Trump mentioned burden sharing to President Zelensky. President Trump told President Zelensky that Germany does almost nothing for you, and a lot of European countries are the same way. President Trump specifically mentioned speaking to Angela Merkel of Germany, whom he said talks Ukraine, but she doesn't do anything. President Zelensky agreed. You are absolutely right. He said that he spoke with the leaders of Germany and France and told them that they are not doing quite as much as they need to be doing. So right at the beginning of the call, President Trump was talking about burden sharing. President Trump then turned to corruption in the form of foreign interference in the 2016 presidential election. There is absolutely nothing wrong with asking a foreign leader to help get to the bottom of all forms of foreign interference in an American presidential election. You'll hear more about that later from one of my colleagues. What else did the president say? The president also warned President Zelensky that he appeared to be surrounding himself with some of the same people as his predecessor and suggested that a very fair and very good prosecutor was shut down by some very bad people. Again, one of my colleagues will speak more about that. The content of the July 25 call was in line with the Trump administration's legitimate concerns about corruption and reflected the hope that President Zelensky, who campaigned on a platform of reform, would finally clean up Ukraine. So what did President Trump and President Zelensky discuss in the July 25 call? Two issues: burden sharing, corruption. Just as importantly, what wasn't discussed on the July 25 call? There was no discussion of the paused security assistance on the July 25 call. House Democrats keep pointing to President Zelensky's statement that, "I would also like to thank you for your great support in the area of defense." But he wasn't talking there about the paused security assistance. He tells us in the very next sentence exactly what he was talking about: Javelin missiles. "We are ready," President Zelensky continues, "to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we are almost ready to buy more Javelins from the United States for defense purposes." Javelins are the anti-tank missiles only made available to the Ukrainians by President Trump. President Obama refused to give Javelins to the Ukrainians for years. Javelin sales were not part of the security assistance that had been paused at the time of the call. Javelin sales have nothing to do with the paused security assistance. Those are different programs entirely. But don't take my word for it. Both former Ambassador to Ukraine Marie Yovanovitch and NSC Senior Director Timothy Morrison confirmed that the Javelin missiles and the security assistance were unrelated. The House managers didn't tell you about Ambassador Yovanovitch's and Tim Morrison's testimony. Why not? They couldn't have taken 2 to 5 minutes out of 21 hours to make sure you understood that the Javelin sales being discussed were not part of the paused security assistance. This puts the following statement by President Trump in a whole new light, doesn't it? "I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot and Ukraine knows a lot about it." As everyone knows by now, President Trump asked President Zelensky to do us a favor. And he made clear that us referred to our country and not himself. More importantly, the president was not connecting "do us a favor" to the Javelin sales that President Zelensky mentioned. It makes no sense in the language there. But even if he had been, the Javelin sales were not part of the security assistance that had been temporarily paused. I want to be very clear about this. When the House Democrats claim that the Javelin sales discussed on the July 25 call are part of the paused security assistance, it is misleading. They are trying to confuse you and just sort of wrap everything in instead of unpacking it the right way. There was no mention of the paused security assistance on the call, and certainly not from President Trump. As you know, head of state calls are staffed by a number of aides on both sides. Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, a detailee at the National Security Council, raised a concern about the call. And that was just a policy concern. Lieutenant Colonel Vindman admitted that he did not know whether there was a crime or anything of that nature, but he had deep policy concerns. Policy concerns. So there you have it. But the president sets the foreign policy. In a democracy such as ours, the elected leaders make foreign policy while the unelected staff, such as Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, implement the policy. Other witnesses were on the July 25 call and had very different reactions than that of Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, National Security Advisor to the Vice President, former acting National Security Advisor, and a long-serving and highly decorated veteran, attended the call. According to General Kellogg, "I was on the much-reported July 25 call between President Donald Trump and President Zelensky. As an exceedingly proud member of the Trump administration, of President Trump's administration, and as a 34-year, highly experienced combat veteran who retired with the rank of Lieutenant General in the Army, I heard nothing wrong or improper on the call. I had and have no concerns. The House managers said that other witnesses were also troubled by the July 25 call and identified those witnesses as Jennifer Williams and Tim Morrison. Jennifer Williams, who works for Lieutenant General Kellogg, now claims that she has concerns about the call. You heard that from the House managers. They were very careful in the way they worded that. What they didn't tell you is that Ms. Williams was so troubled at the time of the call that she told exactly 0 people of her concern. She told no one for 2 months following the call, not one person. Ms. Williams didn't raise any concerns about the call when it took place, not with Lieutenant General Kellogg, not with counsel, not with anyone. Ms. Williams waited to announce her concerns until Speaker Pelosi publicly announced her impeachment inquiry. The House managers didn't tell you that. Why not? Tim Morrison, who was Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's boss, was also on the call. Mr. Morrison reported the call to the National Security Council lawyers not because he was troubled by anything on the call, but because he was worried about leaks, and in his words, how it would play out in Washington's polarized environment. I want to be clear, Mr. Morrison testified, I was not concerned that anything illegal was discussed. Mr. Morrison further testified that there was nothing improper and nothing illegal about anything that was said on the call. In fact, Mr. Morrison repeatedly testified that he disagreed with Lieutenant Colonel Vindman's assessment that President Trump made demands of President Zelensky, or that he said anything improper at all. Here's Mr. Morrison.
In that transcript, does the president not ask Zelensky to look into the Bidens?
Mr. Chairman, I can only tell you what I was thinking at the time. That is not what I understood the president to be doing.
Do you believe, in your opinion, that the President of the United States demanded that President Zelensky undertake these investigations?
No, sir.
And you didn't hear the president make a demand, did you?
No, sir.
Again, there were no demands from your perspective, Mr. Morrison.
That is correct, sir.
But is it fair to say that as you were listening to the call, you weren't thinking, wow, the president is bribing the president of Ukraine? That never crossed your mind?
It did not, sir.
Or that he was extorting the president of the Ukraine?
It did not, sir.
Or doing anything improper?
Correct, sir.
Significantly, the Ukrainian government never raised any concerns about the July 25 call. Just hours after the call, Ambassador William Taylor, head of the U.S. mission in Ukraine, had dinner with the then Secretary of the Ukrainian National Security and Defense Council, who seemed to think that the call went fine, the call went well. He wasn't disturbed by anything. The House managers didn't tell you that. Why not? Ambassador Kurt Volker, the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine, was not on the call. But Ambassador Volker spoke regularly with President Zelensky and other top officials in the Ukraine government, and even met with President Zelensky the day after the call. He testified that in no way, shape, or form, in either the readouts from the United States or Ukraine, did he receive any indication whatsoever for anything that resembles a quid pro quo on the July 25 call. Here's Ambassador Volker.
And in fact, the day after the call, you met with President Zelensky. This would be on July 26th.
That's correct.
And in that meeting, he made no mention of quid pro quo.
No.
He made no mention of withholding the aid.
No.
He made no mention of bribery.
No.
So the fact is the Ukrainians were not even aware of this hold on aid. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They didn't tell you about this testimony from Ambassador Volker. Why not? President Zelensky himself has confirmed on at least 3 separate occasions that his July 25 call with President Trump was a good phone call and normal, and that nobody pushed me. When President Zelensky's advisor, Andrei Yermak, was asked if he had ever felt there was a connection between the U.S. military aid and the request for investigations, he was adamant that we never had that feeling, and we did not have the feeling that this aid was connected to any one specific issue. Of course, the best evidence that there was no pressure or quid pro quo is the statements of the Ukrainians themselves. The fact that President Zelensky himself felt no pressure on the call and did not perceive there to be any connection between security assistance and investigations would, in any ordinary case, in any court, be totally fatal to the prosecution. The judge would throw it out, the case would be over. What more do you need to know? The House team knows that. They know the record inside out, upside down, left and right. So what do? How do they try to overcome the direct words from President Zelensky and his administration that they felt no pressure? They tell you that the Ukrainians must have felt pressure, regardless of what they've said. They try to overcome the devastating evidence against them by apparently claiming to be mind readers. They know what's in President Zelensky's mind better than President Zelensky does. President Zelensky said he felt no pressure. The House managers tell you they know better. And this is really a theme of the House case. I want you to remember this. Every time the Democrats say that President Trump made demands or issued a quid pro quo to President Zelensky on the July 25 call, they are saying that President Zelensky and his top advisors are being untruthful. And they acknowledge that's what they're saying. They've said it over the past few days. Tell me how that helps. Tell me how that helps U.S. foreign policy and national security to say that about our friends. We know there was no quid pro quo on the call. We know that from the transcript. But the call is not the only evidence showing that there was no quid pro quo. There couldn't possibly have been a quid pro quo because the Ukrainians did not even know that the security assistance was on hold until it was reported in the media by Politico at the end of August, more than a month after the July 25 call. Think about this. The Democrats accused the president of leveraging security assistance to supposedly force President Zelensky to announce investigations. But how can that possibly be when the Ukrainians were not even aware that the security assistance was paused? There can't be a threat without the person knowing he's being threatened. There can't be a quid pro quo without the quo. Ambassador Volker testified that the Ukrainians did not know about the hold until reading about it in Politico. Ambassador Taylor and Tim Morrison both agreed. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent testified that no Ukrainian official contacted him about the paused security assistance until that first intense week in September. Let's hear from the four of them.
I believe the Ukrainians became aware of the hold on August 29th and not before. That date is the first time any of them asked me about the hold by forwarding an article that had been published in Politico.
It was only after August 29th, when the Politico article came out, that I got calls from several of the Ukrainian officials.
You mentioned the August 28th Politico article. Was that the first time that you believe the Ukrainians may have had a real sense that the aid was on hold?
Yes.
Mr. Kent, had you had any Ukrainian official contacting you concerned about, when was the first time a Ukrainian official contacted you concerned about potential withholding of U.S. aid?
It was after the article in Politico came out in that first intense week of September.
That it wasn't until the Politico article that...
That's correct. I received a text message from one of my Ukrainian counterparts on August 29th forwarding that article, and that's the first they raised it with me.
The House managers didn't show you this testimony from any of these four witnesses. Why not? Why didn't they give you the context of this testimony? And think about this as well. If the Ukrainians had been aware of the review on security assistance, they of course would have said something. There were numerous high-level diplomatic meetings between senior Ukrainian and U.S. officials during the summer, after the review on the security assistance, began, but before President Zelensky learned of the hold through the Politico article. If the Ukrainians had known about the hold, they would have raised it in one of those meetings. Yet the Ukrainians didn't say anything about the hold at a single one of those meetings. Not on July 9, not on July 10, not on July 25, not on July 26, not on August 27. At none of those meetings, did the Ukrainians mention the pause on security assistance. Ambassador Volker testified that he was regularly in touch with the senior, highest-level officials in the Ukrainian government. And Ukrainian officials would confide things and would have asked if they had any questions about the aid. Nobody said a word to Ambassador Volker until the end of August. Then, within hours of the Politico article being published, Mr. Yermak texted Ambassador Volker with a link to the article and to ask about the report. In other words, as soon as the Ukrainians learned about the hold, they asked about it. Now, Mr. Schiff said something during the 21 hours or more than 21 hours that he and his team spoke that I actually agree with, which is when he talked about common sense. Many of us at the tables and in the room are former prosecutors at the state, federal, or military level. Prosecutors talk a lot about common sense. Common sense comes into play right here. The top Ukrainian officials said nothing at all to their U.S. counterparts during all of these meetings about the pause on security assistance. But then, boom, soon as the Politico article comes out, suddenly, in that first intense week of September, in George Kent's words, security assistance was all they wanted to talk about. What must we conclude if we're using our common sense? That they didn't know about the pause until the Politico article on August 28th. No activity before, article comes out, flurry of activity. That's common sense, and it's absolutely fatal to the House manager's case. The House managers are aware that the Ukrainians' lack of knowledge on the hold is fatal to their case, and so they've desperately tried to muddy the water. The managers told you that Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense Laura Cooper presented two emails that people on her staff received from people at the State Department regarding conversations with people at the Ukraine embassy that could have been about U.S. security assistance to Ukraine. What they did not tell you is that Ms. Cooper testified that she could not say for certain whether the emails were about the pause on security assistance. She couldn't say one way or the other. She also testified that she didn't want to speculate about the meaning of the words in the emails. The House managers also didn't tell you, Ms. Cooper testified that I reviewed my calendar, and the only meeting where I can recall a Ukrainian official raising the issue of security assistance with me is on September 5th at the Ukrainian Independence Day celebration. The House managers didn't tell you that. The House managers also mentioned that one of Ambassador Volker's advisors, Catherine Croft, claimed that the Ukrainian embassy officials learned about the pause earlier than the Politico article. But when asked when she heard from the Ukraine embassy officials, Ms. Croft admitted that she can't remember those specifics and did not think that she took notes. Ms. Croft also did not remember when news of the hold became public. Remember, though, that Ambassador Volker, her boss, who was in regular contact with President Zelensky and the top Ukrainian aides, was very clear that I believe the Ukrainians became aware of the hold on August 29th and not before. This is all the House managers have, in contrast to the testimony of Volker, Taylor, Morrison, and Kent. The text from Yermak, the words of the high-ranking Ukrainians themselves, and the flurry of activity that began on August 28th. And that's the evidence that they want you to consider as a basis to remove the duly elected President of the United States. The bottom line is it is not possible for the brief security assistance review to have been used as leverage when President Zelensky and other top Ukrainian officials did not know about it. That's what you need to know. That's what the House managers didn't tell you. The House managers know how important this issue is. When we briefly mentioned it a few days ago, they told us we needed to check our facts. We did. We're right. President Zelensky and his top aides did not know about the pause on security assistance at the time of the July 25 call and did not know about it until August 28 when the Politico article was published. We know there was no quid pro quo on the July 25 call. We know the Ukrainians did not know that security assistance had been paused at the time of the call. There is simply no evidence anywhere that President Trump ever linked security assistance to any investigations. Most of the Democrats' witnesses have never spoken to the president at all, let alone about Ukraine security assistance. The two people in the House record who asked President Trump about whether there was any linkage between security assistance and investigations were told in no uncertain terms that there's no connection between the two. When Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland asked the president in approximately the September 9 timeframe, the president told him, "I want nothing, I want nothing, I want no quid pro quo." Even earlier, on August 31, Senator Ron Johnson asked the president if there was any connection between security assistance and investigations. The president answered, "No way. I would never do that. Who told you that?" Two witnesses, Ambassador Taylor and Tim Morrison, said they came to believe security assistance was linked to investigations. But both witnesses based this belief entirely on what they heard from Ambassador Sondland before Ambassador Sondland spoke to the president. Neither Taylor nor Morrison ever spoke to the president about the matter. How did Ambassador Sondland come to believe that there was any connection between security assistance and investigations? Again, the House managers didn't tell you. Why not? In his public testimony, Ambassador Sondland used variations of the words assume, presume, guess, speculate, and belief over 30 times. Here are some examples.
That was my presumption, my personal presumption. That was my belief. That was my presumption, yeah.
Is that
I said
right?
I presume that might have to be done in order to get the aid released. It was a presumption. I've been very clear as to when I was presuming, and I was presuming on the aid. It would be pure, guesswork on my part, speculation. I don't know. That was the problem, Mr. Goldman. No one told me directly that the aid was tied to anything. I was presuming it was.
Didn't show you any of this testimony, not once during their 21-hour presentation. 21 hours, more than 21 hours. And they couldn't give you the context to evaluate Ambassador Sondland. All the Democrats have to support the alleged link between security assistance and investigations is Ambassador Sondland's assumptions and presumptions. We remember this exchange.
Is it correct no one on this planet told you that Donald Trump was tying this aid to the investigations? Because if your answer is yes, then the chairman's wrong and the headline on CNN is wrong. No one on this planet told you that President Trump was tying aid to investigations. Yes or no?
Yes.
So, you really have no testimony today that ties President Trump to a scheme to withhold aid from Ukraine in exchange for these investigations.
Other than my own presumption.
When he was done presuming, assuming, and guessing, Ambassador Sondland finally decided to ask President Trump directly, what does the president want from Ukraine? Here's the answer.
President Trump, when I asked him the open-ended question, as I testified previously, what do you want from Ukraine? His answer was, I want nothing. I want no quid pro quo. Tell Zelensky to do the right thing. That's all I got from President Trump.
The president was unequivocal. Ambassador Sondland stated that this was the final word he heard from the President of the United States. And once he learned this, he text messaged Ambassadors Taylor and Volker. The president has been crystal clear, no quid pro quos of any kind. If you are skeptical of Ambassador Sondland's testimony, it was corroborated by the statement of one of your colleagues, Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson also had heard from Ambassador Sondland that the security assistance might be linked to the investigations. So on August 31, Senator Johnson asked the president directly whether there was some kind of arrangement where Ukraine would take some action and the hold would be lifted. Again, President Trump's answer was crystal clear. No way. I would never do that. Who told you that? As Senator Johnson wrote, I have accurately characterized his reaction as adamant, vehement, and angry. They didn't tell you about Senator Johnson's letter. Why not? The Democrats' entire quid pro quo theory is based on nothing more than the initial speculation of one person, Ambassador Sondland. That speculation is wrong. Despite the Democrats' hopes, the ambassador's mistaken belief does not become true merely because he repeated it many times and apparently to many people. Under Secretary of State David Hale, George Kent, and Ambassador Volker all testified that there was no connection whatsoever between security assistance and investigations. Here is Ambassador Volker.
You had a meeting with the President of the United States, and you believe that the policy issues that he raised concerning Ukraine were valid, correct?
Yes.
Did the President of the United States ever say to you that he was not going to allow aid for the United States to go to the Ukraine unless there were investigations into Burisma, the Bidens, or the 2016 elections?
No, he did not.
Did the Ukrainians ever tell you that they understood that they would not get a meeting with the President of the United States, a phone call with the President of the United States, military aid, or foreign aid from the United States unless they undertook investigations of Burisma, the Bidens, or the 2016 elections?
No, they did not.
The House managers never told you any of this. Why not? Why didn't they show you this testimony? Why didn't they tell you about this testimony? Why didn't they put Ambassador Sondland's testimony in its full and proper context for your consideration? Because none of this fits their narrative, and it wouldn't lead to their predetermined outcome. Thank you for your attention. I yield to Mr. Sekula.
Mr. Chief Justice, Majority Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, House managers, members of the Senate. Let me begin by saying that you cannot simply decide this case in a vacuum. Mr. Schiff said yesterday, I believe it was his father who said, you should put yourself in someone else's shoes. Let's for a moment put ourselves in the shoes of the President of the United States right now. Before he was sworn into office, he was subjected to an investigation by the Federal Bureau of Investigation called Crossfire Hurricane. The President, within 6 months of his inauguration, found a special counsel being appointed to investigate a Russia collusion theory. In their opening statement, several members of the House managers tried to once again relitigate the Mueller case. Here's the bottom line. This is part one of the Mueller report. This part alone is 199 pages. The House managers in their presentation a couple of times referenced this for that. Let me tell you something. This cost $32 million. This investigation took 2,800 subpoenas. This investigation had 500 search warrants. This had 230 orders for communication records. This had 500 witness interviews. All to reach the following conclusion, and I'm going to quote from the Mueller report itself. It can be found on page 173. as it relates to this whole matter of collusion and conspiracy. Ultimately, these are the words of Bob Mueller in his report, this investigation did not establish that the campaign coordinated or conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Let me say that again. This, the Mueller report, resulted in this. That for this. Ultimately, the investigation did not establish that the campaign coordinated or conspired with the Russian government in its election-related interference activities. This for that. In his summation on Thursday night, Manager Schiff complained that the president chose not to go with the determination of his intelligence agencies regarding foreign interference and instead decided that he would listen to people that he trusted and he would inquire about the Ukraine issue himself. Mr. Schiff did not like the fact that the president did not apparently blindly trust some of the advice he was being given by the intelligence agencies. First of all, let me be clear. Disagreeing with the president's decision on foreign policy matters or whose advice he's going to take is in no way an impeachable offense. Second, Mr. Schiff and Mr. Nadler, of all people, because they chair significant committees, really should know this, and they should know what's happened. Let me remind you of something. Just 0.6 of a mile from this chamber sits the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, also known as the FISA Court. It is the federal court established and authorized under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act to oversee requests by federal agencies for surveillance orders against foreign spies inside the United States, including American citizens. Because of the sensitive nature of its business, the court is a more secret court. Its hearings are closed to the public. In this court, there are no defense counsel, no opportunity to cross-examine witnesses, and no ability to test evidence. The only material that the court ever sees are those materials that are submitted on trust by members of the intelligence community, with the presumption that they would be acting in good faith. On December 17th, 2019, the FISA court issued a scathing order in response to the Justice Department Inspector General's report on FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation into whether or not the Trump campaign was coordinating with Russia. We already know the conclusion. That report detailed the FBI's pattern and practice, systematic abuses of obtaining surveillance order requests and the process they utilize. In its order, and this is the order from the court. I'm going to read it. This order responds to reports that personnel of the Federal Bureau of Investigation provided false information to the National Security Division of the Department of Justice and withheld material information from the NSD which was detrimental to the FBI's case in connection with 4 applications to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. When the FBI personnel misled NSD in the ways that are described in these reports, they equally misled the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. This order's been followed up. There's been another order. It was declassified just a couple of days ago. Thanks in large part, the court said, to the Office of Inspector General's U.S. Department of Justice, the court has received notice of material misstatements and omissions in applications filed by the government in the above-captioned documents. DOJ assesses that with respect to the applications, and it lists 2 specific docket numbers, 17375 and 17679, if not earlier, there was insufficient predication to establish probable cause to believe that Carter Page was acting as an agent of a foreign power. The president had reason to be concerned about the information he was being provided. Now, we could ignore this. We could make believe this did not happen. But it did. So as we begin introducing our arguments, I want to correct a couple of things in the record as well. That's what we're doing today. We really intend to show over the next several days that the evidence is actually really overwhelming that the president did nothing wrong. Mr. Schiff and his colleagues repeatedly told you that the intelligence community assessment that Russia was acting alone, responsible for the election interference, implying that this somehow debunked the idea that there might be interference from other countries, including Ukraine. Mr. Nadler deployed a similar argument saying that President Trump thought, quote, Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in our last presidential election. And this is basically what we call a straw man argument. Let me be clear. The House managers, in over a 23-hour period, kept pushing this false dichotomy that it was either Russia or Ukraine, but not both. They kept telling you that the conclusion of the intelligence community and Mr. Mueller was Russia alone with regard to the 2016 elections. Of course, that's not the report that Bob Mueller wrote focused on Russian interference, although there is some information in letters regarding Ukraine, and I'm going to point to those in a few moments. In fact, let me I think we'll talk about those letters right now. This is a letter dated May 4th, 2018, to Mr. Yuri Lysenko, the General Prosecutor for the Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine. It was a letter requesting that his office cooperate with the Mueller investigation involving Ukraine issues and issues involving Ukraine government or law enforcement officials. It's signed by Senator Menendez, Senator Leahy, and Senator Durbin. I'm doing this to put this in an entire perspective. House managers tried to tell you that the importance, remember the whole discussion, and my colleague, Mr. Purpura, talked about this, between President Zelensky and President Trump and the bilateral meeting in the Oval Office at the White House. As if an article of impeachment could be based upon a meeting not taking place in the White House, but taking place someplace else, like the United Nations General Assembly, where it in fact did take place. Now, Dr. Fiona Hill was quite clear in saying that a White House meeting would supply the new Ukrainian government with the, quote, legitimacy it needed, especially vis-a-vis the Russians, and that Ukraine's viewed the White House meeting as a recognition of their legitimacy as a sovereign state. But here's what they did not play. Here's what they did not tell you. And I'm going to quote from Dr. Hill's testimony on page 145 of her transcript. These are her words. This is what she said under oath. It wasn't always a White House meeting per se, but definitely a presidential level meeting. You know, a meeting with Zelensky and the president. I mean, it could have taken place in Poland, in Warsaw. It could have been, a proper bilateral in some other context. But in other words, a White House level presidential meeting. That can be found on page 145. And contrary to what Manager Schiff and some of the other managers told you, is this meeting did in fact occur. It occurred at the UN General Assembly on September 25th, 2019. Those were the words of Dr. Hill that you did not hear. This case is really not about presidential wrongdoing. This entire impeachment process is about the House managers' insistence that they are able to read everybody's thoughts, They can read everybody's intention, even when the principal speakers, the witnesses themselves, insist that those interpretations are wrong. Manager Schiff, Managers Garcia and Dennings relied heavily on selected clips from Ambassador Sondland's testimony. I am not going to replay those. My colleague, Mr. Purpura, played those for you. It's clear. We're not going to play the same clips 7 times. He said it. You saw it. That's the evidence. Ms. Lofgren said that, numerous witnesses testified, and this is a quote, that they were not provided with any reason for why the hold was lifted on September 11th, again suggesting that the president's reason for the hold, Ukrainian corruption and burden sharing, were somehow created after the fact. But again, as my colleague just showed you, burden sharing was raised in the transcript itself. Mr. Schiff stated here that just like the implementation of the hold, President Trump provided no reason for the release. This also is wrong. In their testimony, Ambassadors Volker and Sondland said that the president raised his concerns about Ukrainian corruption in the May 23, 2019 meeting with the Ukraine delegation. Deputy Defense Secretary Laura Kraft testified that she received an email in June of 2019 listing follow-ups from a meeting between the Secretary of Defense Chief of Staff and the President relating specifically to Ukrainian security assistance, including asking about what other countries are contributing. Burden sharing. That could be found in Laura Cooper's deposition, pages 33 and 34. The President mentioned both corruption and burden sharing to Senator Johnson, as you already heard. It's also important to note that, as Ambassador David Hale testified, that foreign aid generally was undergoing a review in 2019. From page 84 of his November 6, 2019 testimony, he said the administration did not want to take a sort of business-as-usual approach to foreign assistance, a feeling that once a country has received a certain assistance package, it's something that continues forever. They didn't talk about that in the 23-hour presentation. Dr. Fiona Hill confirmed this review and testified on November 21, 2019. I'm going to again quote from page 75 of her testimony that, quote, there had been a directive for a whole-scale review of our foreign policy assistance, and the ties between our foreign policy objectives and that assistance. This had been going on actually for many months. So multiple witnesses testified that the president had long-standing concerns and specific concerns about Ukraine. The House managers understandably ignore the testimony that took place before their own committees. In her testimony of October 14, 2019, Dr. Hill testified at pages 118 and 119 of her transcript that she thinks the president has actually quite publicly said that he was very skeptical about corruption in Ukraine. And then she said, again in her testimony, and in fact, he's not alone, because everyone has expressed great concerns about corruption in Ukraine. Similarly, Ambassador Yovanovitch testified that they all had concerns about corruption in Ukraine, and as noted on pages 142 of her deposition transcript, when asked what she knew about the president's deep-rooted skepticism about Ukraine's business environment, she answered that President Trump delivered an anti-corruption message to former Ukrainian President Poroshenko in their first meeting in the White House on June 20th, 2017. NSC Senior Director Morrison confirmed on November 19th, 2019 at page 63 in his testimony transcript that this was during the Volker-Morrison public hearing, that he was aware that the president thought Ukraine had a corruption problem, his words again, and he continued, as did many others familiar with Ukraine. And according to her October 30th, 2019 testimony, the special advisor for Ukraine negotiations at the State Department, Catherine Croft, also heard the president raise the issue of corruption directly with then President Poroshenko of Ukraine during a bilateral meeting at the United Nations General Assembly, this time in September of 2017. Special advisor Croft testified she also understood the president's concerns that, quote, Ukraine is corrupt because she has been, this is her words, tasked to write a paper to help then NSA head McMaster, General McMaster, make the case to the president in connection with prior security assistance. These concerns were entirely justified. When asked, and again a quote from Dr. Hill's October 14, 29 hearing transcript. Certainly, these are her words, eliminating corruption in Ukraine was one of, if the central, goals of a foreign policy. Now, does anybody think that one election of one president that ran on a reform platform, who finally gets a majority in their legislative body, that corruption in Ukraine just evaporates? That's like looking at this, and goes back to the Mueller report. You can't look at these issues in a vacuum. Virtually every witness agreed that confronting corruption should be at the forefront of U.S. policy. Now, I think there's some other things we have to understand about timing. This, again, is according to the testimony of Tim Morrison. His testimony. And this isn't when President Zelensky was first elected. There was real, these are his words, concern about whether he would be a genuine reformer and whether he would genuinely try to root out corruption. It was also, at this time, this was before the election, unclear whether President Zelensky's party would actually be able to get a workable majority. I think we're all glad that they did. To say that that's been tested or determined, that corruption in Ukraine has been removed, the Anti-Corruption Court of Ukraine did not commence its work until September 5th of 2019, 121 days ago, 4 months ago. We're acting as if there was a magic wand, that there was new elections and everything was now fine. I will not, because we're going to hear more about it, get into some of the meetings the vice president had. You'll hear that in the days ahead. Manager Crow said this: what's most interesting to me about this is that President Trump was only interested in Ukraine aid. His words, nobody else. The U.S. provides aids to dozens of countries around the world, lots of partners and allies. He didn't ask about any of them, just Ukraine. I appreciate your service to our country. I really do. I didn't serve in the military, and I appreciate that. But let's get our facts straight. That is what Manager Crow said. Here's what actually happened. President Trump has placed holds on aid a number of times. It would just take basic due diligence to figure this out. In September 2019, the administration announced that it was withholding over $100 million in aid to Afghanistan over concerns about government corruption. In August 2019, President Trump announced that the administration and Seoul were in talks to substantially increase South Korea's share, burden sharing, of the expenses of U.S. military aid support for South Korea. In June, President Trump cut or paused over $550 million in foreign aid to El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala because those countries were not fairly sharing the burdens of preventing mass migration to the United States. In June, the administration temporarily paused $105 million in aid to Lebanon. The administration lifted that hold in December, with one official explaining that the administration continually reviews and thoroughly evaluates the effectiveness of all United States foreign assistance to ensure that funds go towards activities that further U.S. foreign policy and also further our national security interest, like any administration would. In September 2018, the administration canceled the $300 million in military aid to Pakistan because it was not meeting its counterterrorism obligations. You didn't hear about any of that from my Democratic colleagues, the House managers. None of that was discussed. Undersecretary Hale, again, his transcript, said that, quote, aid has been withheld from several countries across the globe for various reasons. Dr. Hill similarly explained that there was a freeze put on all kinds of aid. Also, freeze was put on assistance because it was in the process at the time of an awful lot of reviews going on foreign assistance. That's the Hill deposition transcript. She added, this was one of the star witnesses for the managers, she added, this again not played, that in her experience, stops and starts are sometimes common with foreign assistance, and that the Office of Management and Budget holds up dollars all the time, including in the past for dollars going to Ukraine in the past. Similarly, Ambassador Volker affirmed that aid gets held up from time to time for a whole assortment of reasons. Manager Crow told you that the president's Ukraine policy was not strong against Russia, noting that we help our partner fight Russia over there so we don't have to fight Russia here, our friends on the front lines in trenches and with sneakers. And this was following the Russians' invasion of Ukraine in 2014. The United States has stood by Ukraine. Those are your words. While it's true that the United States has stood by Ukraine since the invasion of 2014, only one president since then took a very concrete step. Some of you supported it. And that step included actually providing Ukraine with lethal weapons, including Javelin missiles. That's what President Trump did. Some of you in this very room, some of you managers, actually supported that. Here's what Ambassador Taylor said that you didn't hear in the 23 hours. You didn't hear this. Javelin missiles are serious weapons. They will kill Russian tanks. Ambassador Yovanovitch agreed, stating that Ukraine policy under President Trump actually got stronger than it was under President Obama. There was talks about sanctions. President Trump has also imposed heavy sanctions on Russia for President Zelensky thanked him. The United States has imposed heavy sanctions on Russia. President Zelensky thanked him. Manager Jeffrey said that the idea that Trump cares about corruption is laughable. This is what Dr. Hill said. They didn't play this. Eliminating corruption in Ukraine was one of, if not the central goal of U.S. foreign policy in Ukraine. Let me say that again. Dr. Hill testified that eliminating corruption in Ukraine was one of, if not the central goal of U.S. foreign policy in Ukraine. you're taking notes, you can find that at the Hill deposition transcript 34:7 through 13. Dr. Hill also said that she thinks the president has actually quite publicly said that he was very skeptical about corruption in Ukraine. In fact, he's not alone. She said this as well. Everyone has expressed, again, great concerns about corruption. Ambassador Yovanovitch, they didn't play this. She also said we all had concerns. National Security Director Morrison confirmed that, quote, he was aware that the president thought Ukraine had a corruption problem, as did many other people familiar with it. I am not going to continue to go over and over and over again the evidence that they did not put before you, because we would be here for a lot longer than 24 hours. But to say that the President of the United States was not concerned about burden sharing, that he was not concerned about corruption in Ukraine, the facts from their hearing, establish exactly the opposite. The president wasn't concerned about burden sharing. Read all of the records. And then there was Mr. Schiff saying yesterday, maybe we can learn a lot more from our Ukrainian ally. Let me read you what our Ukrainian ally said. President Zelensky, when asked about these allegations of quid pro quo, he said, I think you read everything. I think you read the text. He says, we had a good phone call. These are his words. It was normal. We spoke about many things. I think, and you read it, that nobody pushed me. They think you can read minds. I think you look at the words. I'm going to yield the balance of my time to my colleague, the Deputy White House Counsel, Pat Philbin. He's going to address two issues. So we're going to try to do this in a very systematic way over the days ahead. One involving issues related to, because this came up near the end of there, so I want to do this in a sequence, obstruction as it relates to some of the subpoenas that were issued. He's also going to touch on some of the due process issues, since it was at the end of theirs and fresh in everybody's mind. Mr. Chief Justice.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Majority Leader McConnell, Democratic Leader Schumer, good morning. As Mr. Sekulow said, I'm going to touch on a couple of issues related to obstruction and due process. Just to hit on some points before we go into more detail in the rest of our presentation. I'd like to start with one of the points that Manager Jeffries focused a lot on towards the end of the presentation yesterday, related to the obstruction charge in the second article of impeachment, because he tried to portray a picture of what he called blanket defiance, that there was a response from the Trump administration that was simply, we won't cooperate with anything, we won't give you any documents, we won't do anything, and it was blanket defiance really without explanation, that was all there was just an assertion that we wouldn't cooperate. And he said, and I pulled this from the transcript, that President Trump's objections are not generally rooted in the law and are not legal arguments. And that's simply not true. That's simply not true. In every instance, when there was resistance to a subpoena for a witness or for documents, there was a legal explanation of the justification for it. For example, they focused a lot on an October 8th letter from the counsel to the president, Pat Cipollone, but they didn't show you an October 18th letter, which is up on the screen now, that went through in detail why subpoenas that had been issued by Manager Schiff's committees were invalid. because the House has not authorized your committees to conduct any such inquiry or to subpoena information in furtherance of it. And that was because the House had not taken a vote to authorize the committee to exercise the power of impeachment to issue any compulsory process. And I'm going to get into that issue in just a moment. Not only was there a legal explanation, a specific reason for every resistance, not just blanket defiance, every step that the administration took was supported by an opinion from the Department of Justice, from the Office of Legal Counsel. And those are explained in our brief. And the major opinion from the Office of Legal Counsel is actually attached in our trial memorandum as an appendix. Now, Mr. Jeffries and other managers also suggested that the Trump administration took the approach of no negotiation, blanket refusal, and no attempt to accommodate. That's also not true. In the October 8th letter that Mr. Cipollone sent to Speaker Pelosi, it said explicitly, quote, "If the committees wish to return to the regular order of oversight requests, we stand ready to engage in that process as we have in the past, in a manner consistent with well-established bipartisan constitutional protections and a respect for the separation of powers enshrined in the Constitution," end quote. It was Manager Schiff and his committees that did not want to engage in any accommodation process. We had said that we were willing to explore that. The House managers have also asserted a number of times, this came up on that first long night when we were here until 2 as well, that the Trump administration never asserted executive privilege. Never asserted executive privilege. And I explained at the time, that's technically true, but misleading. Misleading because the rationale on which the subpoenas were resisted never depended on an assertion of executive privilege. Each of the rationales that we have offered, and I'll go into the one of them today, that the House subpoenas were not authorized, does not depend on making that formal assertion of executive privilege. It's a different legal rationale. The subpoenas weren't authorized because there was no vote, or the subpoenas were to senior advisors to the president who are immune from congressional compulsion, or the subpoenas were forcing executive branch officials to testify without the presence of agency counsel, which is a separate legal infirmity, again supported by an opinion from the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice. But let me turn to the specific issue of the invalidity of the subpoenas because they weren't supported by a vote of the House authorizing Manager Schiff's committees to exercise the power of impeachment to issue compulsory process. Manager Jeffries said that there were no Supreme Court precedents suggesting such a requirement, and that every investigation into a presidential impeachment in history has begun without a vote from the House. And those statements simply aren't accurate. There is Supreme Court precedent explaining very clearly the principle that a committee of either House of Congress gets its authority only by a resolution from the parent body. United States versus Rumley and Watkins versus United States make this very clear. And it's common sense. The Constitution assigns the sole power of impeachment to the House of Representatives, to the House, not to any member, not to a subcommittee. And that authority can be delegated to a committee to use only by a vote of the House. It would be the same here in the Senate. The Senate has the sole power to try impeachments. But if there were no rules that had been adopted by the Senate, would you think that the majority leader himself could simply decide that he would have a committee receive evidence, handle that, submit a recommendation to the Senate, and that would be the way that the trial would occur without a vote from the Senate to give authority to that committee? I don't think so. It doesn't make sense. That's not the way the Constitution assigns that authority. And it's the same in the House. Here, there was no vote to authorize a committee to exercise the power of impeachment. And This law has been boiled down by the D.C. Circuit in Exxon Corp versus FTC to explain it this way. To issue a valid subpoena, a committee or subcommittee must conform strictly to the resolution establishing its investigatory powers. There must be a resolution voted on by the parent body to give the committee that power. And the problem here is there is no standing rule. There was no standing authority giving Manager Schiff's committee the authority to use the power of impeachment to issue compulsory process. Rule 10 of the House discusses legislative authority. It doesn't mention impeachment. And that is why in every presidential impeachment in history, the House has initiated the inquiry by voting to give a committee the authority to pursue that inquiry. So contrary to what Manager Jeffries suggested, there has always been, in every presidential impeachment inquiry, a vote from the full House to authorize a committee. And that is the only way the inquiry begins. There were 3 different votes for the impeachment of President Andrew Johnson: in January 1867, in March 1867, and in February 1868. For President Nixon, Chairman Rodino of the House Judiciary Committee explained there was a move to have him issue subpoenas after the Saturday Night Massacre, and they determined that they did not have that authority in the House Judiciary Committee without a vote from the House. And he determined, as he explained, that a resolution has always been passed by the House. It is a necessary step if we are to meet our obligations. There's been reference to investigatory activities starting in the House Judiciary Committee in the Nixon impeachment prior to the vote from the House. But all that the committee was doing was assembling publicly available information and information that had been gathered by other congressional committees. There was never an attempt to issue compulsory process until there had been a vote by the House to give the House Judiciary Committee that authority. Similarly, in the Clinton impeachment, there were 2 votes from the full House to give the House Judiciary Committee authority to proceed. First, a vote on a resolution 525, just to allow the committee to examine the independent counsel report and make recommendations on how to proceed. Then a separate resolution, House Resolution 581, that gave the House Judiciary Committee subpoena authority. And at the time, in a House report, the House Judiciary Committee explained, I'm quoting, "Because the issue of impeachment is of such overwhelming importance, the committee decided that it must receive authorization from the full House before proceeding on any further course of action. Because impeachment is delegated solely to the House of Representatives by the Constitution, the full House of Representatives should be involved in critical decision-making regarding various stages of impeachment." Here, the House Democrats skipped over that step completely. What they had instead was simply a press conference from Speaker Pelosi announcing that she was directing committees to proceed with an impeachment inquiry against the President of the United States. Speaker Pelosi didn't have the authority to delegate the power of the House to those committees on her own. So why does it matter? It matters because the Constitution places that authority in the House and ensures that there is a democratic check on the exercise of that authority, that there will have to be a vote by the full House before there can be a proceeding to start inquiring into impeaching the President of the United States. One of the things that the framers were most concerned about in impeachment was the potential for a partisan impeachment that was being pushed merely by a faction. And a way to ensure a check on that is to require democratic accountability from the full House to have a vote from the entire House before an inquiry can proceed. That didn't happen here. It was only after 5 weeks of hearings that the House decided to have a vote. And what that meant at the outset was that all of the subpoenas that were issued under the law, the Supreme Court cases I discussed, all of those subpoenas were invalid. And that is what the Trump administration pointed out specifically to the House. That was the reason for not responding to them. Because under long-settled precedent, there had to be a vote from the House to give authority, and the administration would not respond to subpoenas that were invalid. Now, the next point I'd like to touch on briefly has to do with due process, because we've heard from the House managers that they offered the president due process at the House Judiciary Committee. And Manager Nadler described it as that he sent the president a letter, the president's counsel a letter, offering to allow the president to participate. And the president's counsel just refused, as if that was the only exchange. And there was just a blanket refusal to participate. But let me explain what actually happened. And I should note before I get into those details, there was a suggestion also that due process is not required in the House proceeding, that it's simply a privilege. But that wasn't the position that Manager Nadler has taken in the past. In 2016, he said, quote, "The power of impeachment is a solemn responsibility assigned to the House by the Constitution and to this committee by our peers. That responsibility demands a rigorous level of due process." And in the Clinton impeachment in 1998, he explained, "What does due process mean? It means, among other things, the right to confront the witnesses against you, to call your own witnesses, and to have the assistance of counsel." Now, I think we all know that all of those rights were denied to the president in the first two rounds of hearings. The first round of secret hearings in the basement bunker, where Manager Schiff had 3 committees holding hearings, and then in a round of public hearings to take the testimony that had been screened in the basement bunker and have it in a public televised setting, which was totally unprecedented in any presidential impeachment inquiry. In both the Clinton and the Nixon inquiries, for every public hearing, the president was allowed to be present by counsel and cross-examine witnesses. But the House managers say that's all right because when we got to the third round of hearings, after people had testified twice, then we were going to allow the president to have some due process. But the way that played out was this. First, they scheduled a hearing for December 4th that was going to hear solely from law professors. And by the time they wanted the president to commit whether he would participate, it was unclear. They couldn't specify how many law professors or who the law professors were going to be. And the president's counsel wrote back and declined to participate in that. But at the same time, Manager Nadler had asked what other rights under the House Resolution 660, the rules governing the House inquiry, the president would like to exercise. And the president's counsel wrote back asking specific questions in order to be able to make an informed decision, and asked whether you intend to allow fact witnesses to be called, including the witnesses who had been requested by HPSCI Ranking Member Nunes, whether you intend to allow members of the Judiciary Committee and the President's Counsel the right to cross-examine fact witnesses, and whether your Republican colleagues on the Judiciary Committee will be allowed to call witnesses of their choosing. And Manager Nadler didn't respond to that letter. There wasn't information provided. And we had discussions with the staff on the Judiciary Committee to try to find out what were the plans, what were the hearings going to be like. And the way the week played out, on December 4th, there was the hearing with the law professors, the first hearing before the Judiciary Committee. And on December 5th, the morning of December 5th, Speaker Pelosi announced the conclusion of the entire Judiciary Committee process, because she announced that she was directing Chairman Nadler to draft articles of impeachment. So the conclusion of the whole process was already set. Then, After the close of business on the 5th, we learned from the staff that the committee had no plans other than a hearing on December 9th to hear from staffers who had prepared HPSI committee reports. They had no plans to have other hearings, no plans to hear from fact witnesses, no plans to do any factual investigation. So the president was given a choice of participating in a process that was going to already have the outcome determined. The Speaker had already said articles of impeachment are going to be drafted, and where there were no plans to hear from any fact witnesses. That's not due process. And that's why the president declined to participate in that process, because the Judiciary Committee had already decided they were going to accept an ex parte record developed in Manager Schiff's process, and there was no point in participating in that. So the idea that there was due process offered to the president is simply not accurate. The entire proceedings in the House, from the time of the September 4th press conference until the Judiciary Committee began marking up articles of impeachment on December 11th, lasted 78 days. It's the fastest investigatory process for a presidential impeachment in history. And for 71 days of that process, for 71 days of the hearings and the taking of deposition and hearing testimony, the president was completely locked out. He couldn't be represented by counsel. He couldn't cross-examine witnesses. He couldn't present evidence. He couldn't present witnesses for 71 of the 78 days. That's not due process. And it goes to a point that Mr. Cipollone raised earlier. Why would you have a process like that? What does that tell you about the process? As we've pointed out a couple of times, cross-examination in our legal system is regarded as the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth. It's essential. The Supreme Court has said in Goldberg versus Kelly, for any determination that's important, that requires determining facts, cross-examination has been one of the keys for due process. Why did they design a mechanism here where the president was locked out and denied the ability to cross-examine witnesses? It's because they weren't really interested in getting at the facts and the truth. They had a timetable to meet. They wanted to have impeachment done by Christmas, and that's what they were striving to do. Now, as a slight shift in gears, I want to touch on one last point before I yield to one of my colleagues, and that relates to the whistleblower. The whistleblower who we haven't heard that much about, who started all of this. The whistleblower, we know from the letter that the Inspector General of the intelligence community sent that he thought that the whistleblower had political bias. We don't know exactly what the political bias was because the Inspector General testified in the House committees in an executive session, and that transcript is still secret. It wasn't transmitted up to the House Judiciary Committee. We haven't seen it. We don't know what's in it. We don't know what he was asked and what he revealed about the whistleblower. Now, you would think that before going forward with an impeachment proceeding against the President of the United States, that you would want to find out something about the complainant that had started all of it. Because motivations, bias, reasons for wanting to bring this complaint could be relevant, but there wasn't any inquiry into that. Recent reports, public reports, suggest that potentially the whistleblower was an intelligence community staffer who worked with then Vice President Biden on Ukraine matters, which, if true, would suggest an even greater reason for wanting to know about potential bias or motive for the whistleblower. And at first, when things started, it seemed like everyone agreed that we should hear from the whistleblower, including Manager Schiff. I think we have what he said.
But yes, we would love to talk directly with the whistleblower. We'll get the unfiltered testimony of that whistleblower.
We don't need the whistleblower.
What changed? At first, Manager Schiff agreed we should hear the unfiltered testimony from the whistleblower. But then he changed his mind. And he suggested that it was because now we had the transcript. But the second clip there was from September 29th, which was 4 days after the transcript had been released. But there was something else that came into play. And that was something that Manager Schiff had said earlier when he was asked about whether he had spoken to the whistleblower.
We have not spoken directly with the whistleblower. We would like to.
And it turned out that that statement was not truthful. Around October 2nd or 3rd, it was exposed that Manager Schiff's staff, at least, had spoken with the whistleblower before the whistleblower filed the complaint and potentially had given some guidance, some sort, to the whistleblower. And after that point, it became critical to shut down any inquiry into the whistleblower. And during the House hearings, of course, Manager Schiff was in charge. He was chairing the hearings. And that creates a real problem from a due process perspective, from a search for truth perspective, because he was an interested fact witness at that point. He had a reason, since he had been caught out saying something that wasn't truthful about that contact. He had a reason to not want that inquiry. And it was he who ensured that there wasn't any inquiry into that. Now, this is relevant here, I think, because as you've heard from my colleagues, a lot of what we've heard over the past 23 hours, over the past 3 days, has been from Chairman Schiff. And he has been telling you things like what's in President Trump's head, what's in President Zelensky's head. It's all his interpretation of the facts and the evidence, trying to pull inferences out of things. And there's another statement that Chairman Schiff made that I think we have on video.
But you admit it's all you have right now is a circumstantial case.
Actually, no, Chuck. I can tell you that the case is more than that, and I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. So, again, I think...
So you have seen direct evidence of collusion?
I don't want to go into specifics, but I will say that there is evidence that is not circumstantial and is very much worthy of investigation.
So that was in March of 2017, when Chairman Schiff, as ranking member of HPSCI, was telling the public, the American public, that he had more than circumstantial evidence through his position on HPSCI that President Trump's campaign had colluded with Russia. Now, of course, the Mueller report, as Mr. Sekulow pointed out, after $32 million and over 500 search warrants, or roughly 500 search warrants, determined that there was no collusion, that that wasn't true. And we wanted to point these things out simply because, for this reason. Chairman Schiff has made so much of the House's case about the credibility of interpretations that the House managers want to place on not hard evidence, but on inferences. They want to tell you what President Trump thought, They want to tell you, don't believe what Zelensky said. We can tell you what Zelensky actually thought. Don't believe what the other Ukrainians actually said about not being pressured. We can tell you what they actually thought. That it is very relevant to know whether the assessments of evidence he's presented in the past are accurate. And we would submit that they have not been, and that that is relevant for your consideration. With that, I will yield to my colleague, Mr. Cipollone.
Mr. Chief Justice, members of the Senate, I have good news. Just a few more minutes from us today. But I want to point out a couple of points. Number one, just to follow up on what Mr. Philbin just told you. Do you know who else didn't show up in the Judiciary Committee to answer questions about his report in the way Ken Starr did in the Clinton impeachment? Ken Starr was subjected to cross-examination by the President's counsel. Do you know who didn't show up in the Judiciary Committee? Chairman Schiff. He did not show up. He did not give Chairman Nadler the respect of appearing before his committee and answering questions from his committee. He did send his staff, but why didn't he show up? Another good question you should think about. Now, they've come here today, and they basically said, let's cancel an election over a meeting with Ukraine. And as my colleagues have shown, they failed to give you key facts about the meeting and lots of other evidence that they produced themselves. But let's talk about the meeting. They said it was all about an invitation to a meeting. If you look at the first transcript, the President said to President Zelensky, when you're settled in and ready, I'd like to invite you to the White House. We'll have a lot of things to talk about, but we're with you all the way. And President Zelensky said, well, thank you for the invitation. We accept the invitation and look forward to the visit. Thank you again. Then, President Zelensky got a letter on May 29th, inviting him again to come to the White House. And then, going back to the transcript of the July 25th call, again a part of the call that they didn't talk to you about, President Trump said, whenever you would like to come to the White House, feel free to call. Give us a date, and we'll work that out. I look forward to seeing you. President Zelensky replied, thank you very much. I would be very happy to come and would be happy to meet with you personally and get to know you better. I'm looking forward to our meeting, and I also would like to invite you to visit Ukraine and come to the city of Kyiv, which is a beautiful city. We have a beautiful country which would welcome you. Then he said, on the other hand, I believe on September 1, we will be in Poland. And we can meet in Poland, hopefully. Now, they didn't read you that part of the transcript, and they didn't tell you what happened. A meeting in Poland was scheduled. President Trump was scheduled to go to Poland. He was scheduled to meet with President Zelensky. What happened? President Trump couldn't go to Poland. Why? Because there was a hurricane in the United States, and he thought it would be better for him to stay here to help deal with the hurricane. So the vice president went. Why didn't they tell you that? Why didn't they tell you that President Zelensky suggested, hey, how about we meet in Poland? Why didn't you tell them that that meeting was scheduled and had to be canceled for a hurricane? Why? So that was our first question that we asked you. You heard a lot of facts that they didn't tell you. Facts that are critical. Facts that they know completely collapse their case on the facts. Now, you heard a lot from them. You're not going to hear facts from the president's lawyers. They're not going to talk to you about the facts. That's all we've done today. And ask yourself, given the facts you heard today that they didn't tell you, who doesn't want to talk about the facts? Who doesn't want to talk about the facts? The American people paid a lot of money for those facts. They paid a lot of money for this investigation. And they didn't bother to tell you. Ask yourself why. If they don't want to be fair to the president, at least out of respect for all of you, they should be fair to you. They should tell you these things. And when they don't tell you these things, it means something. So think about that. Impeachment shouldn't be a shell game. They should give you the facts. That's all we have for today. We ask you, out of respect, to think about whether what you've heard would really suggest to anybody anything other that would be completely irresponsible abuse of power to do what they're asking you to do. To stop an election, to interfere in an election, and to remove the President of the United States from the ballot? Let the people decide for themselves. That's what the founders wanted. That's what we should all want. And with that, I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you on Monday.
The majority leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, I ask unanimous consent the trial adjourn until 1 p.m. Monday, January 27th, and that this order also constitute the adjournment of the Senate.
Without objection, so ordered. The Senate is adjourned.
And with that gavel, the president's defense rests for the day, and the jury of the U.S. Senate is dismissed until Monday afternoon. The president's legal team has up to 24 hours for presentations to be used over no more than 3 days. But this morning, they started by saying they do not expect to use all of the time allotted to them, and they were talking for less than 2 hours today. Well, with me now to go through some of the arguments, Colby Itkowitz, one of our reporters and the person who has been updating the live blog. So thank you so much for peeling yourself away from that. Colby, this was short. This was not, you know, they could have gone, you know, throughout the night tonight. We knew they would do an abbreviated version. So the time frame being short wasn't unexpected, but they tried to hit a lot of different points, refute arguments the Democrats have laid out over the last 3 days. What is standing out to you in terms of the Republicans' strategy, the president's defense team's strategy, as we got a sense of it this morning?
I mean, you heard a lot of things you've heard previously from President Trump and from his Republican allies. You heard attacks on Chairman Schiff for not testifying. You heard references to the Mueller report and to the FISA court and to Carter Page and all of these kind of muddying and complicating issues that if you're the American public, you might not be sure why they're brought up, but it's enough to sow a little bit of doubt in the Democrats' arguments. I mean, one thing that stood out to me is that the lawyers said, well, listen, Mueller turned up nothing in their estimation. The FISA warrants against Carter Page might have been invalid, so why should President Trump trust these intelligence agency officials? Maybe he's better off trusting the people that he knows that he can trust as opposed to trusting the intelligence community. So basically he's sowing doubt in the entire intelligence community as a whole and defending President Trump's decision not to listen to them.
Let's bring in Rhonda Colvin, our colleague on Capitol Hill. Rhonda, Republicans, lawyers here for the president, the defense team for the president, were cherry picking, though, a lot of what they were choosing to highlight, both from what is in the record so far and also in terms of what they think the American public should focus on.
That's right. We heard that this would be coming attractions, and I think we were prepared for perhaps theatrics. But if you watched, it was a little bit more measured than maybe people thought Trump's counsel would come across as today. The stark contrast with how the House managers presented their case, the length that they had and the length we saw today, only 2 hours, that could have been strategic as well, too. They kept telling the Senate that we don't want to keep you. We are certainly not going to keep you as long as the House managers did. Each speaker even commented about, little things about the House managers coming up with such length. I know one said, we're not going to keep you here until 2 a.m. So they really wanted to show that they were coming here only briefly today to open up their argument. And I think one of the things that stood out to me was that they pointed out a lot that how much money was used. And you wonder if that was also a message to the American people watching today, that your taxpayer dollars were used for this investigation, but yet the House is hiding things from you. So those were some of the takeaways I had.
Rhonda, I totally hear your strong point about these attorneys trying to differentiate themselves from the Democrats' very lengthy opening arguments. But it's interesting. At one point, Jay Sekulow said, I'm not going to go over and over and over the evidence the Democrats did not include because we would be here for more than 24 hours. But then he didn't actually put any meat on that bone. Like, he didn't give any of that. So it was like a rhetorical device that didn't really have a there.
That's true. I think they really wanted to appeal to those criticisms from Senate Republicans who have said that we have been here long enough. The House has dragged this on. I think that's why they wanted to keep pushing away at, we're not going to keep you here very long, but yet not backing that up with any specific details. And that's not too different from what we've seen this week with Jay Sekulow in particular. He has been here in the Russell Rotunda doing hits with some of the networks. He is also usually found in the subway speaking to reporters, and he hasn't yet given many specifics. And I know that's something that other reporters and I have talked about, is that we never really knew, especially earlier this week, which direction the White House counsel would go in because they weren't giving specifics. So again, I think today was just about highlighting a couple things from the defense's perspective, and then maybe next week we're going to see them broaden this out to specific details.
We'll go into some of the cherry picking that they did in just a moment, but first, let's watch some of Pat Cipollone's opening arguments from this morning.
They're asking you not only to overturn the results of the last election, but as I've said before, they're asking you to remove President Trump from the ballot in an election that's occurring in approximately 9 months. They're asking you to tear up all of the ballots across this country on your own initiative. Take that decision away from the American people. And I don't think they spent 1 minute of their 24 hours talking to you about the consequences of that. So we will be very efficient. We will begin our presentation today. We will show you a lot of evidence that they should have showed you, and we will finish efficiently and quickly so that we can all go have an election.
Let's bring in James Hohmann, writer of the Daily 202. James, the attorneys were being selective in the evidence they were introducing and the points they were making, but they were doing some cherry picking of evidence, and I think it's important that we do some fact checking.
Yeah,
here.
Absolutely, Libby. And so one of the things that was really significant to fact check was that they said it's important that the kind of the premise of their defense case is that the Ukrainians did not know that aid was being held up, that they didn't find out until this Politico article.
And how can there be a quid pro quo if there's no quo, right? It's like a very catchy thing to say.
You can't threaten someone if they don't know they're being threatened, was the argument. But that we know from multiple witnesses that that's not the case, that the Ukrainians did have an idea, that the Ukrainians were inquiring about why the aid had been held up before that Politico article. The reason that the Ukrainians completely freaked out, including Andrei Yermak, one of Volodymyr Zelensky's closest advisors, and started texting people after the Politico article came out, was because they were freaked out about the perception that what that would project to the Russians, that they didn't think that the Russians knew that the aid was being held up, but they did know that something was amiss starting immediately after that July 25th call. It didn't go well. Zelensky had thought that the call would go better. All of a sudden, Trump brings up Biden's name like 10 different times. And so that's what prompted some calls. The woman at the Defense Department who was in charge of sort of dealing with the Ukrainians testified, and she came forward kind of later in the House impeachment process to say the Ukrainians knew something was amiss. They were asking why the aid money hadn't been delivered. So that was misleading, and it was based on, they made a video montage that they showed of people testifying that they hadn't heard from the Ukrainians until the Politico
Until
piece.
so they were talking like late August, early September.
Exactly, and that. But by then, I think it was very clear from watching all of the House impeachment proceedings that just wasn't accurate. That the Ukrainians did know the money was being held, and that's why they were kind of getting so antsy. And the message was being projected from the intermediaries. We also know from the Lev Parnas documents that have been turned over that there were these back channels where the message was being conveyed. So it wasn't. That was why they were. The Mike Duffy email, the associate OMB director, sends an email saying, let's try to keep this quiet. But they were, the Lev Parnas and Rudy Giuliani were making it very clear to the Ukrainians they were dealing with that there would be consequences if they didn't announce the investigation.
Colby.
Yeah, Lev Parnas, and obviously we have to be careful because his actual statements have not been corroborated, but his text messages are there in plain sight. And what he has said is, we weren't even just talking about military aid. We were talking about all aid and a meeting with the president. These were the things that we were saying, we are not going to give you access or money if you don't have a public investigation or announce a public investigation into the Bidens. And so people in Ukraine knew that that was happening, that there was a conversation, that Trump had that desire. And so it is disingenuous to say that no one in Ukraine knew that there was money being held.
Laura Cooper is that Defense Department employee who testified before the House. But this is tough, James, because the lawyers were able to play this montage of people talking about the timeline of aid being withheld and referencing that Politico article again and again. A lot of us journalists were having to remember, like, okay, the Defense Department employee, Laura Cooper, like, what did she say exactly? The American public, if they just take what's being given to them here, they won't necessarily know the context of all of this.
And that's just like in a trial, in a regular criminal trial. The defense team's job is to kind of cast doubt. Like maybe their case is compelling, but what about this? What about that? What about that? And that's what they're trying to do. And the president wants people to watch this. This is trying to give cover to, the Trump strategy often is to muddy the waters, to kind of be confused as to what the truth is, what the facts are, and some of that's throwing so much information out there and kind of repeating things over and over again for effect. And so this is this is a very typical trial strategy, but it's also a very typical Trump strategy.
Rhonda, why don't you take us through sort of what happens here, because that's relevant. We won't see House impeachment managers be able to give a counter argument, so we'll probably see them, and we're going to be watching to see Democrats if they go to the mics, Republicans what their response is, but there will be a Q&A session eventually. Take us through what is to come after the president's team presents his case.
Yeah, you're right. After we end this portion of the trial with when they conclude with their arguments, the senators are going to have 16 hours to question both sides. So that's when you're going to see questions, and they're going to be written. The senators cannot speak. They're going to have to write out their questions and pass them through pages to the Chief Justice, and then he will choose which ones will be questioned. So stay tuned for that. That's certainly going to be a very interesting part of this process. And I think we're also going to see a lot of the House managers possibly either on the weekend during the Sunday shows. They're also probably going to be commenting next week. The House will be back in session next week, by the way. A lot of people may not have known that the House of Representatives was off this week. They will be back here next week. So you're probably going to see some more heightened comments from the House about how these proceedings are going.
All right, great. Thanks, Rhonda. So this question of aid is essential to how the president's team is making their case. And we did see Jay Sekulow, one of the team members, defending the president's decision to withhold that funds, but he did leave out a key point. Let's listen to this.
Undersecretary Hale, again, his transcript, said that, quote, aid has been withheld from several countries across the globe for various reasons. Dr. Hill similarly explained that there was a freeze put on all kinds of aid. Also, freeze was put on assistance because it was in the process at the time of an awful lot of reviews going on foreign assistance. That's the Hill deposition transcript. She added, this was one of the star witnesses for the managers, she added, this again not played, that in her experience, stops and starts are sometimes common with foreign assistance, and that the Office of Management and Budget holds up dollars all the time, including in the past for dollars going to Ukraine in the past. Similarly, Ambassador Volker affirmed that aid gets held up from time to time for a whole assortment of reasons.
So, Colby, you wrote about this, and you point out that Mr. Sekulow failed to address the key charge, which is why the president withheld the aid.
Right. So he kept making the case that, aid gets held up all the time. Everyone testified that for this reason or that, foreign aid might be held back. But what he didn't address, and this has been kind of the Trump strategy all along, is the actual substance of the argument, which is the case against Trump, which is that he held up the aid in exchange for an investigation into the Bidens. And so he never addressed yes or no whether or not that was why President Trump wanted the aid held back, just that it was okay for President Trump to hold the aid back.
I want to also look at this question of presumption, and you said the word presumption. There was a lot of tape played of Gordon Sondland in particular talking about, well, I assumed, well, I presumed, well, I thought. That certainly raises doubts if you're watching in someone's mind. Well, what did he really know in terms of like a quid pro quo or knowing the president's state of mind, James?
Yeah, and so Gordon Sondland remains one of the for lack of a better word, weirdest witnesses, out there, because remember the first time he testified, he was very firm, nothing amiss, kind of strongly took the Trump line. Then, facing a very real possibility of perjury charges, he kind of admitted that he was a lot more involved. Someone from the embassy in Kyiv had come forward and said he had heard the conversation with the president at a restaurant. And so then all of a sudden he comes forward and testifies, okay, well, this, and this. But he still is trying to be a Trump witness. He didn't want to testify against the president. And, one of the key things that Sondland said was Trump, and we heard this a lot this morning, Trump told me no quid pro quo, no quid pro quo. But we actually, there's not evidence that call actually took place. That they've reviewed the call logs, various Sondland's cell phone, and so this call from Sondland that they cited that sort of to acquit the president, to exonerate the president, we're not sure it actually took place. There's no proof that it did. And Sondland generally as a witness, because he wasn't trying to play into the Democratic hands, did say a lot of like, well, I wasn't told that, I just was led to believe that, or it was sort of hinted to me that, I think that. And so they did, it was a pretty effective clip, of him on C-SPAN 3 kind of saying over and over again, like, I thought that, yes. But what they weren't showing was like, yes, that Sondland reached that conclusion based on a pattern of facts and based on multiple conversations with the president, and the fact that the president wasn't expressing interest, to Colby's point, on any other area, anything else he was working on. Remember, Ukraine isn't even in the European Union. This isn't part of Sondland's portfolio. Sondland gets the job after giving $1 million to Trump's inaugural committee. Trump, he's ambitious. He wants to maybe be Commerce Secretary, and so Trump kind of tasks him with taking on the Ukraine portfolio, and makes clear that he wants the investigations. And so Sondland is going about acting on behalf of the president, and he believes that's his charge.
Let's go to the Hill, where our national political reporter Robert Costa is on the phone. He's been in the Senate. Bob, I want you to set the scene for us. What has it been like there? Is there a different level of sort of tension or focus as we see the president's team finally unveil their strategy?
Good to join you. So I'm actually in the basement of the Senate right now, right by the Senate trains. It's quite a scene. I could narrate it for you for a second here. You have a lot of the Trump legal team, the political team like Jim Jordan, the congressman from Ohio, Lee Zeldin from New York, Elise Stefanik from New York, congregating around reporters. You have Democrats streaming by, taking questions about what they think about the opening arguments. It's a little bit more low-key here on Saturday morning / Saturday afternoon, the beginning of Saturday afternoon. The Trump legal team wrapped up its arguments pretty quickly. Senators are trying to get back out of town. Other senators are trying to go to Iowa ahead of the presidential race. just doesn't seem to have the tension that we saw even last night, Friday, here at the Capitol.
Oh, that's so fascinating. You know, I feel like there's a lot of tension among the lean but mighty staff here in the newsroom because we were all just wondering how this would go. Bob, how have the arguments, you know, sort of been making an appeal, do you think, to the senators versus making an appeal to the audience of, say, the president or the American public?
Well, when I was sitting in the Senate chamber just a few minutes ago, it was striking to me how Republicans were paying attention very closely to the Trump legal team's arguments. They were taking notes, meticulous notes, it seemed at times. This was a contrast to how they handled the Democratic presentation over the last 3 days, where I saw some senators reading books, sitting idle. Republicans appeared to be taking the Republican argument quite seriously. I did see Democrats taking notes as well. They are fully engaged on the Democratic side. But the story of the first few days has been Republicans telling reporters they're bored by it all. And that doesn't seem to be the case today. They want to pay attention closely to what the president's lawyers are saying. But Josh Hawley from Missouri, a Republican, a freshman, just pulled me aside. He said, "Did you notice the tonal difference in the room?" I said, "That's kind of true. It was a little bit more procedural from the Republican side today, a little bit more muted than we saw from the Democrats."
So you point out the Democrats are listening closely, though, that they are paying attention.
They are. I mean, they're sitting pretty stone-faced. They're not clapping. They're not looking on agreeably, but they're engaged.
They're engaged. Bob, as you listen to the arguments, I know you've probably been doing some bit of running around as well. What have you been listening for? Have you been listening for tone? Have you been listening for substance? What are you focused on?
For now, it's mostly about process. I mean, the subject of the Trump presentation today has all been about how the House Democrats didn't pull in Republican witnesses in the way they would have preferred. They are trying to raise questions about Adam Schiff, the House Intelligence Committee chairman, raising sharp questions at times about his character, about his ability to oversee an impeachment inquiry. We didn't hear much about Hunter Biden or the Biden family or Ukraine today. On the front page of today's Washington Post, Rachel Bade, me, and a few other colleagues look into how the Republicans are going to go there on Ukraine and the Bidens next week, but they decided on Saturday with a limited TV audience to make an opening case that was pretty much about Adam Schiff, nothing more.
You know, you mentioned that Republicans are paying close attention now, even after the big messaging push from the president's team and allies was, this is boring, you know, they're turned away from it on Fox News. President Trump himself was tweeting this morning that people should tune into it, Bob.
The president was telling people to tune into it because now it's his team up there. But it's going to be more interesting when Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel, and Jay Sekulow and others try to make a more political argument next week. Is this all going to be about Schiff? Maybe. Part of the Republican calculation here, based on my reporting and talking to Republican senators, is that they don't think the country's paying too close attention to this and don't think President Trump, in their view, did anything wrong. So the more quickly they can get through the whole thing, the better in their view. That's why when I pulled aside Senator Lindsey Graham this morning, he said, "Hey, Costa, look, there may not be any witnesses in this trial. I'm not going to push for any witnesses." He said he's not sure there are votes for witnesses at this point. So some Republicans, like Graham, are looking to wrap this up by next week before the State of the Union in early February. And if things keep going along these lines, we may see just that, no deal on witnesses, especially as both parties dig in. Leader Schumer on the Democratic side says he won't cut a deal, Hunter Biden for Bolton, because he does not think it's relevant to this impeachment trial. The Republicans say they want the Bidens to testify at some level.
All right, Bob Costa. I'm just going to call you Costa from now on. So, hey, Costa, thanks so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, James, let's get some of your big takeaways of how this is going so far and what indication we're getting of where this might go next week. Because as Bob points out, we are expecting a lot more attack on Joe Biden. This was a pretty measured tone this morning. We saw a legal team present the case. We weren't seeing Pam Bondi. We weren't seeing Alan Dershowitz. We weren't seeing Ken Starr, some of these made-for-TV folks who've been brought into this.
Yeah, so I thought the most interesting part of their argument this morning was Jay Sekulow's comments about the Mueller probe. And it's because, he said, Adam Schiff said, you got to put yourself in someone else's shoes. And he said, put yourself in the president's shoes. And he basically, again, playing to a constituency of one, I think that was about appealing to the president, said the context of Ukraine matters, which is that he had this whole Mueller probe that he talked a lot about FISA warrant abuse and Carter Page. And basically like this, he tried to put you in the shoes of a aggrieved president who didn't trust his intelligence community and had heard all these rumors that were being put to him by his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, and was trying to follow up on them himself because he didn't trust people. And so it's fascinating because you hear from the Democratic managers, you've got to appreciate the context. This call with Vladimir Zelensky, the notorious July 25th call, came the day after Bob Mueller testified on Capitol Hill about his report and about how the Russians were waging ongoing interference. And so the desire to go right to the Mueller report and to connect the two, to connect the president's conduct in the Russia probe, the 10 episodes of potential obstruction of justice, which Jay Sekulow did not mention, but he focused on the first volume of the Mueller report. But I thought it was fascinating.
You're rushing over that really fast, but that's important.
It's
that's
huge,
significant. Because he was like talking about part of it, but not the crux of part of it. Colby, before you go any further, I just want to dig into that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, he talks about the money wasted and the the subpoenas wasted on the Mueller report,
$32 million.
right? That 2,800 subpoenas and that it yielded basically what they're saying is nothing wrong, which is not entirely accurate. But then he skips over part 2 of the Mueller report, which is obstruction of justice, and this evidence that they found that there were cases of obstruction of justice by the president, and as we'll remember, Mueller didn't make a decision on that. He left it up to Attorney General Barr to decide whether or not that was in fact a crime. Of course, we know that Barr decided that it wasn't. But Mueller spoke, and he said this report did not exonerate the president. And this is something that is completely absent from Trump attorneys' arguments today.
James, you're nodding your head.
Yeah, no, and I think that was, as they were accusing Democrats of cherry picking. I mean, I thought today included quite a lot of cherry picking, and that's why I was struck by it. The fact that the Mueller report does not exonerate the president at all, and it did not establish collusion. But that was the fact that they went there, I thought, spoke volumes.
Let's go hear what Senate Democrats have to say.
Now, the first point that I would like to make is that the President's counsel did something that they did not intend. They made a really compelling case for why the Senate should call witnesses and documents. They kept saying there are no eyewitness accounts, but there are people who have eyewitness accounts. The very 4 witnesses and the very 4 sets of documents that we have asked for. They made the argument that no one really knows what the president intended. It's speculation what the president intended when he cut off aid. But there are people who do know. Mick Mulvaney knows. In all likelihood, Mr. Blair knows. Mr. Bolton may know. Why shouldn't we have witnesses and documents here? I thought, and one other point about witnesses and documents. They make the argument, the President's counsel, that the President couldn't participate in the House process because they believe, I don't believe it's right, but because the President couldn't participate in the House process because it didn't go by the rules of the Constitution and what was required. Here in the Senate, we're doing it exactly as the Constitution requires. Will they participate? Or will they find some other excuse? So the President's counsel is criticizing the case against the President for lack of sources close to the President, while at the same time blocking testimony from witnesses close to the President. It makes no sense. And even if you're on the Republican side, I don't think the House managers did, I don't think the President's counsel did a very good job. There are gaping holes in their testimony. They spent about 30 minutes refuting something that the House never said, that in July and August the quid pro quo was for military assistance. It wasn't. It was for a meeting. But I'll leave that, the House managers are coming in here, and I'll leave that to them to refute point by point, but they have a very good website where they do refute this. But the bottom line is that even if you're a Republican, even if you think they made a good case, as I hear some of the Republicans saying, no one denies that the House made a good case. Even Republicans say the House managers made a good case. So if you're a Republican and you think that the case that was made today was strong, then why not have witnesses and documents if you think both sides made their case? That's what a trial would do. To just quote one of my colleagues, Senator Gillibrand, to my colleagues, don't bury your head in the sand and then complain about it being dark. There's real evidence, there's real facts, and another thing, Mr. Philbin talked about the judicial right of cross-examination and how it was so sacred in Western jurisprudence. What does cross-examination involve? Witnesses. So the bottom line is very simple. We've been making the argument that we need witnesses, we need documents. We're making the argument that it won't take very long to get them as part of the trial. Today, we thank the President's counsel for one thing. They made our case even stronger. Senator Merkley.
We'll keep monitoring what Democrats are saying. I want to point out that even as this has been happening, Joni Ernst, a Republican this morning, said that she thought within 2 hours that the White House counsel and their team managed to entirely shred the case that had been presented by House managers. So we're getting completely polarized perspectives on this, James. Let's talk about the role of Adam Schiff and how Adam Schiff has been talked about a lot. I wonder if we can bring Rhonda Colvin back into the conversation. Rhonda, I'd love to get your perspective on how Adam Schiff was used as a tool of the defense team here a couple of times today.
Yeah, that was probably expected. In fact, Schiff previewed that last night in his closing statement, is that they are probably going to attack me. And one of the reasons you probably could expect that is because the House Republicans throughout this process have sort of used Adam Schiff as the point person to go after, saying that this has mainly been his impeachment. He's been leading the way, and it's been an unfair process. So I think that was expected, that they would use Adam Schiff as someone to target today.
All right, let's talk about this use of Adam Schiff as a tool or a weapon from the defense tactic. First of all, there is this revisited bit of tape of Adam Schiff when he was first laying out the arguments way back, back in the Intel Committee, and he used like hyperbole and he was like sarcastic and used an example of trying to portray President Trump's conversation like a shakedown. Right. And it has really come back to haunt him because the defense team is saying that that was just false, when clearly it was like mimicry. Right. But the basic points of what Adam Schiff was trying to lay out in that acted out script did match what he believes the president was doing, James.
Yeah, and this isn't, I don't think that the Republican criticism has been entirely on the level. This was one of those things where, like, in that moment, they decided that this gave them an opening to accuse Schiff of kind of being hyperbolic. It was, he said hours later, of course, that was parody. There's this rough transcript of the call that people can refer to. He wasn't pretending to read from the actual transcript. But this was also the grounds that the House used to try to censure, the House Republicans used to force a vote on censuring Schiff, which failed on party lines. Schiff is a fascinating figure.
Because they were treating it and acting like as though he was trying to read into the record something that was absolutely false.
But if you watch the context, it was this is kind of one of those things where it is faux outrage, but it speaks to something broader, which is, right now Schiff has become like the biggest boogeyman on the right, bigger than the Squad, bigger than Nancy Pelosi, bigger than Bernie Sanders, and it is kind of amazing. I think if you talk to Schiff, which I have about this, he thinks it's because he's effective. But if you've tuned into Fox News any night this week, it's just, they are so focused on Schiff. Tucker Carlson just calls him Saint Adam all the time. Every show is just kind of going after Schiff,
trying to paint him as like sanctimonious.
Exactly, and so it's kind of amazing because I've covered him for several years now, and he's a pretty mild-mannered guy. You know, he's a former federal prosecutor, and so it's funny that they, you know, in this context of this trial today, they're trying to paint him as this kind of super zealous, angry guy, and it's just at odds with how he kind of his reputation on Capitol Hill over the last 20 years.
Colby.
I mean, Trump brings him up all the time. I mean, he's in almost every Trump tweet about the impeachment hoax. He comes up in Trump rallies. It's particularly the conversation or the transcript that you're talking about. Trump is always complaining about this false retelling that Schiff did of his conversation with Zelensky, when in fact, to both of your points, Schiff wasn't trying to do, he wasn't reading it verbatim. He even at the end says, like, in sum, this is what the president was trying to say. And so it is disingenuous for the Trump legal team to use that as evidence that Schiff can't be trusted, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, listen, if Schiff's going to lie about what was in the transcript, then how do we know he's not lying about everything else that he's saying on the floor?
Let's listen to some of that used today. This is Deputy White House Counsel Mike Purpura, and how he's taking aim at Adam Schiff's credibility using Schiff's reading of this key July 25th phone call.
That's fake. That's not the real call. That's not the evidence here. That's not the transcript that Mr. Cipollone just referenced. And we can shrug it off and say we were making light or a joke, but that was in a hearing in the United States House of Representatives discussing the removal of the President of the United States from office. There are very few things, if any, that can be as grave and as serious. Let's stick with the evidence. Let's talk about the facts and the evidence in this case. The facts that I'm about to discuss today are the Democrats' facts. This is important because the House managers spoke to you for a very long time, over 21 hours, and have repeatedly claimed to you that their case is, and their evidence is overwhelming and uncontested. It's not. I'm going to share a number of facts with you this morning that the House managers didn't.
All right, that's from earlier today. The team kept hammering this point, James, that they were going to show things that had been left out, pieces of the evidence that had been left out by the House managers.
Yeah, correct the record was how they sort of teed up today. And that's why I think it was surprising, because they had a whole conference call yesterday. They talked about how they were going to attack Biden today, and they didn't attack Biden. They're going to, I guess, save that for Monday. So this was about, you know, that on the July 25th call, I think they're just trying to redirect focus toward what is, you know, works to their advantage. So on that July 25th call, Purpura there, a few minutes after he said that, he talked about how, you know, the president was concerned about corruption, that he did talk about burden sharing. You know, it was a 30-minute phone call that the whole thing wasn't asking for the favor and talking about Joe Biden and talking about the server, that the president was concerned about these things and that it was legitimate. We heard some of that during the House proceedings, but this is new, because this is the first time they're making that substantive argument.
And it was, you know, it was different than what we anticipated based on what the White House had even previewed themselves about what to expect today, but they were taking sort of like a minutia-oriented, let's go into the call log, let's look at the details, let's look at this, and they were pulling out things that they felt like Democrats hadn't highlighted, but those things are irrelevant to the Democrats' argument, Colby.
Right.
But it does show an approach, sort of a detail-oriented approach they're trying to take, rather than sort of all flame-throwing. And it's also trying to get at something that says this call was not about what the Democrats want you to believe it was about. It was about something higher and more thoughtful.
I get the sense that today was about arguing to the senators. It was trying to plant ideas of substance and details in the senators' minds, and then Monday, Tuesday is about the American people, because President Trump doesn't think that anyone's paying attention today. Everyone's off doing whatever they do on a Saturday morning.
They're watching the Washington Post.
Or maybe they're here, maybe they're at home watching us, but likely running errands and at kids' soccer games. But Monday, Tuesday, they might tune in, and that's when you're gonna see, like you said, Ken Starr and Dershowitz, and you're gonna see these big theatrics about Biden and Biden's corruption. And because you've seen it's actually been quite effective today already. among some of the senators. You've seen the Republican senators come out and say, they've made their case, they've convinced me, and you've seen some moderate Democrats also, according to what we're seeing on social media, saying, you know, they're making me think about some things.
But this question of aid sharing is so fascinating because some of what the president has said does not square up with the facts.
Yeah.
So I'm fascinated that they're bringing it up again.
It is, again, it's one of those things where if it was actually a legitimate debate, you know, if Schiff was standing there, I think there was a lot he could have pushed back on with that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if it was about burden sharing, why not tell the Europeans, you know, that you were holding back? If it was about corruption, why not say so publicly? You know, it was if this was about trying to get the British and the Germans to chip in more money toward Ukraine, the British and the Germans didn't know about it. This wasn't conveyed to them in the context of Ukraine. And also it's important to note that the EU and the European countries have actually put up more money toward helping Ukraine than the United States has since Russia invaded and annexed Crimea and is still occupying the Donbas region with the separatists that it backs. And so if you were actually trying to care about burden sharing, it just doesn't pass the smell test.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is about casting doubt. This is about, and I think one of the reasons we saw the Republican senators paying such close attention is they haven't heard these substantive defenses before. So a lot of them have sort of been hanging out there. They've been at their homes, you know, home states, and people have been asking them questions, and they haven't had talking points other than that this is a witch hunt and that this is Democrats trying to overturn the results of the election. And so I think that there are actually a lot of members, someone like a Joni Ernst who's up for re-election in a tough race this year, who's like kind of desperate for some of these substantive-ish arguments so that she can kind of credibly claim that there's enough doubt in her mind or that the president maybe doesn't warrant removal from office or that there's another side to the story.
Colby, you made a great point. Today did seem designed for those senators to be able to take home their case, but also for these moderates who may be trying to decide how the evidence is stacking up. I want to bring Rhonda Colvin into our conversation. Rhonda, the whistleblower brought up today, not a huge surprise. We saw the whistleblower brought up a lot by Republicans when this was over on the House side of Capitol Hill. What are your observations about the way the Trump team is invoking the whistleblower?
Yeah, it's probably a smart strategy to invoke the whistleblower. You'll remember back when the House had their proceedings, the public proceedings, a lot of House Republicans were calling for the whistleblower to be one of the witnesses. They kept pressing Schiff. They kept saying that he was hiding the whistleblower. So it shouldn't be a surprise that Trump's team wants to also bring that up. But we haven't quite heard that they do want him as a witness. We have heard a lot about the Bidens, but we have not heard that they are really serious about bringing the whistleblower in. But I think by mentioning, this person that we have never met or seen, that, takes this process back to what the Trump counsel wants to say is a rigged process. If there was a shadowy figure that we've never met, never heard from, so how can we base an impeachment case on that?
Okay, the whistleblower, Colby, no surprise that they're bringing this up.
Yeah, I mean, they've been talking about the whistleblower and trying to say that the whistleblower has a political agenda, that the whistleblower has some connection to Biden. What the House Democrats have said all along is that, listen, we have now had evidence to back up the whistleblower's initial complaint, so we don't need to hear from the whistleblower. The whistleblower is irrelevant. How he found out about what was said on the call is not relevant to what was said on the call. And so will the House Democrats be able to go back and make that point, or will the defense team be successful in, again, sowing doubt that the Democrats are trying to hide something by not having the whistleblower testify?
Well, Republican Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina talked to reporters just a few moments ago. Let's listen to his remarks.
Most Americans are in desperate search of a fair process, whether you like the president or whether you dislike the president. When you're talking about something as consequential as impeachment, you don't want your emotions to lead you. You want to be led by evidence, by facts, by information, but you want the whole story. And so today we had an opportunity to hear more of the story, and I suspect that on Monday we'll see the process laid out even more comprehensively. And in the end, I think the average person in our country will feel better about its government when in fact the government provides all the information, not simply the information that supports the conclusion that was drawn before the process even started.
Senator Scott talking about facts versus emotion. Let's go to Rhonda Colvin for your response to what the senator had to say there, Rhonda.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to see Senator Scott because he doesn't often talk to the media unless stopped, so it is interesting to see him go through that. We've heard a lot from Democrats and Republicans talking about people back home and that they want the truth, but the way that Republicans and Democrats are using that phrase is really interesting to me. When I spoke to Senator Mike Braun yesterday of Indiana, he's a Republican, he talked about his constituents wanting the truth and they want this wrapped up. So that's how he's applying it. They want the truth, but yet they want a fast trial. And then you'll hear from Democrats that people want to hear the truth, but yet they want us to take our time. So what Tim Scott said there isn't really surprising. It is a common refrain among Republicans, but it's just been so interesting to hear senators from both sides of the aisle use that our constituents want to hear the truth phrase a lot differently.
James, I found it also interesting that he was talking about sort of the facts versus emotion, and so that plays well with what the defense team presented today, because it wasn't high in emotion.
Right. And it was for the senators, and it was, I think that there is this desperation among a lot of Republicans to at least show that this is a fair trial, to be able to say this wasn't rushed, we heard both sides, we heard the facts, we reviewed the evidence soberly, and it is interesting because, you know, the day before yesterday, Richard Burr from North Carolina was handing out fidget spinners, and people were kind of like making a mockery of the process, drinking milk on the floor because you're allowed to drink milk, Marshall Blackburn reading a book, and then yesterday you didn't see that, and I think that there's kind of a message, my reporting suggests that Republicans have been told, kind of cut it out, we need to make this look like we weighed the facts, we took the allegations seriously, we're hearing everyone out, and what Costa told us, which is that, you know, the Republican senators were much more engaged with the presentation today, and I think that that's all about creating this impression of fairness.
House Impeachment Manager Adam Schiff is at the microphone, so let's go and hear what the House impeachment managers have to say.
Good afternoon. We wanted to take this opportunity to respond to a number of the representations or misrepresentations that you heard during the President's presentation this morning. And I'm going to make a few remarks. I'll let my colleague, Mr. Nadler, address some of the procedural arguments that counsel made, and then we'll be happy to respond to a couple of questions. First of all, what was most striking to me about the President's presentation today is they don't contest the basic architecture of the scheme. They do not contest that the President solicited a foreign nation to interfere in our election, to help him cheat. I think they acknowledge, by not even contesting this, that the facts are overwhelming. The President invited Ukraine to get involved in our election to help him cheat against Joe Biden. That is uncontested. Uncontested in our presentation and uncontested in theirs. What they do argue is the following. First, they argue that the July 25th transcript doesn't show the two leaders making an explicit reference to a corrupt this for that quid pro quo or bribery scheme. As if you would expect the two leaders on the phone to say, okay, this is how the bribery is going to work. This is how the shakedown is going to work. You're not going to get this unless I get that. And of course, that's not what you generally see in a shakedown scheme, even if it were done by organized crime. But what you do see is the following. They make the argument there's no mention of security assistance or military support during this call. But of course, one of the first things that Zelensky brings up on that call is how grateful they are for the military defense support and how they are ready to buy more javelins. Now, the President's team acknowledges just how important those javelins are, what a great weapon those javelins are against tanks. But what they don't really want you to pay attention to is immediately, as in the very next sentence, immediately after President Zelensky brings up this desire to get what the President's team acknowledges among the most important weapons they get from the United States, where does Trump go? But I want you to do us a favor, though. So he goes right to the favor. They would argue there's no link between military support because he didn't say, I'm extorting you, but instead moved right to the favor he wanted right after Zelensky brings up the javelins, the most important military aid I think they acknowledge today. They also say, well, there's no explicit quid pro quo mention in the head of state call on the White House meeting. But of course, they're prepped. Zelensky was prepped for this call, and the president was prepped by Rudy Giuliani for this call. And so what do you see? You see the Ukrainian leader being asked to do these investigations by the president and repeatedly committing to do the investigations. And at the end of the call, you literally see the Ukrainian leader say, we're going to do these investigations. And then he says, on the other hand, I'm really looking forward to that White House meeting. It doesn't need to be more explicit than that. Now, we are meant to, I guess, believe from the presentation today that that call was all about burden sharing, because he makes a mention of how Angela Merkel and others in Europe aren't doing enough, as if that was really the thrust of the call. If that was really the thrust of the call, you wouldn't have heard the president asking the Ukrainian leader to get in touch with Rudy Giuliani so much. You'd have him saying, call Angela. Instead, of course, it's call Giuliani. But if you had any question about this, about whether this was really about burden sharing or it was about these two investigations that he specifically goes into, any doubt would have been removed the following day when he gets on the phone to his own ambassador to Europe, Gordon Sondland, right? If the issue is really Europe and burden sharing, he has the perfect opportunity to raise that the very next day following the call. So what does he ask Gordon Sondland? Does he ask him, hey, Gordon, how's that effort to get the Europeans to do more coming? Hey, Gordon, have you talked to Angela yet? No. He has only one question for Gordon Sondland. Is he going to do the investigations? And the answer is, yes, he'll do anything you want. He loves your ass. Okay? Does that sound like burden sharing to you? Of course not. Now, they also argue that President Zelensky has not said publicly that he feels pressured. He hasn't said publicly that there was a quid pro quo, that he was being shaken down, as if a country wholly dependent on us is going to admit to being shaken down, which would not only irreparably break any relationship that he has with the president, but also it would reflect adversely on him with his own people. And yes, you could apply a little common sense. You don't have to be a mind reader to see why that would be so deeply damaging to Ukraine. They don't want to admit it publicly, but they have said it privately. They've said, as you heard testimony, that there was deep concern that Zelensky did not want to be used as a pawn in a U.S. domestic politics. So they said it privately, even if they can't say it publicly. Now, they also make the argument that the Ukrainians didn't know the security assistance was withheld. Okay, that's just not true. One of the things they didn't talk about today was the fact that the Ukrainian foreign minister, deputy foreign minister, now the former Ukrainian deputy foreign minister, admitted publicly that they found out about the hold within days of that call. By the end of July, they received a cable from the Ukrainian embassy about the freeze on military assistance. But she was instructed, the foreign ministry was instructed by a top aide to Zelensky not to bring it up, not to discuss it, to keep it quiet. She was planning to come to Washington, and she was told not to go to Washington because they wanted to keep this quiet. And of course, they ignore the testimony of Gordon Sondland himself, who said that he told the Ukrainians about the freeze. He told the Ukrainians about the freeze. Now, are we supposed to believe, do we have to be mind readers to know that when Gordon Sondland in Warsaw tells his Ukrainian counterpart that they're not going to get the money, essentially, until they do these investigations, that they're not going to feel pressured about that? They're not going to feel pressured to do the investigation? That's absurd. We heard other witness testimony that they didn't play for you today, but we played earlier in the trial of Catherine Croft, one of the career public officials who testified that she was really impressed with the Ukrainian tradecraft and how quickly they found out about the freeze on aid. You know, it is impressive because the Ukrainians found out about the freeze on aid before most members of Congress did. And this is the other key point, which is if this was so above board, if this was really about Donald Trump fighting corruption, why did they hide it from Congress? Why didn't they tell Congress and the American people what they were doing? And the reason that they didn't tell the American people what they were doing is because it was a corrupt shakedown to get Ukraine to help them cheat in the election. Now, next, they argue that the security assistance flowed on September 11th, and they got the meeting on September 25th. It's the we got caught, no harm, no foul. But as we discussed during the trial, there was enormous harm to the U.S.-Ukraine relationship. There was enormous harm, even with the pause in Russia learning that this president could be so easily manipulated into withholding aid from our ally. There was damage to the confidence our allies around the world have in us because they would learn that we would do such a thing. There was damage because without an active Congress, they didn't mention this today, without an active Congress, it literally took an active Congress, Ukraine wouldn't have gotten 35 million of that aid because of the president's actions. He was caught, yes, and he was forced to release the aid. That does not mitigate his wrongdoing, nor does it lead us to have any confidence he wouldn't do it again. Now, they also say the meeting took place in the European Union and at the United Nations. And the House team didn't tell you about that. Well, of course, we did tell you about that. In fact, we showed you video from that meeting. And what was said in that video we showed you of that meeting, Zelensky saying, I'd still like that meeting in the Oval Office. If we're to believe that a meeting on the sidelines of the UN is just as good as an Oval Office meeting between two heads of state, it certainly doesn't seem that way to President Zelensky, who was still, even as they were meeting, saying, you know, I still really want that meeting in the Oval Office. They also make the argument that the president strengthened U.S. support for Ukraine. Really? This is how he did it? By being unwilling to meet with the president of Ukraine in the Oval Office? By withholding hundreds of millions of military aid, requiring Congress to step in? By violating the law, by violating the Impoundment Control Act, by keeping it a secret from Congress? This is how he shows support for an ally. With support like that, our allies should hope they get a lot less support. This was deeply destructive of the relationship. And of course, President Zelensky still can't get in the door of the Oval Office, but the Russian foreign minister can get in. The president is more than willing to meet with Putin at any time, but not with our ally, apparently. Now, one of the most extraordinary arguments, though, and this really takes your breath away, and this also, I think, underscores the real danger to this country by this president's continued occupancy of the Oval Office, is the argument that Jay Sekulow made, essentially that the president has good reason not to trust his own intelligence agencies, and the corollary of that is he has good reason to trust Vladimir Putin more. Okay? That is hard to wrap your head around, but that is the argument of the president's lawyer. He has every right to disbelieve his own intelligence agencies and thereby accept the opinion of our adversary, Vladimir Putin. Everything is perfect, including the president's performance in Helsinki, apparently. Now, they say that it's a false choice to say, well, if Russia intervened in the election, why couldn't Ukraine have intervened? Never mind that that contradicts what our own intelligence agencies, what our own FBI director, what our own bipartisan Senate Intelligence Committee found, what the Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee found, what the Republicans on the House Intelligence Committee sometimes admit and sometimes not. Never mind all of that. They say, why couldn't both countries have intervened? Well, first, they didn't, okay? There was only one systemic interference in our election, that was by Russia. But second, what they're talking about here, what the president is talking about here, is the server, Well, unless we're to believe that both Russia and Ukraine hacked the same server and were responsible for the same hacking and dumping campaign, then we are talking about one country's interference, and that is Russia. And that the president continues to this day, through his lawyer, to say that they should trust the opinion of Vladimir Putin and Russian intelligence propaganda over their own intelligence agencies about this whole CrowdStrike, kooky, crazy conspiracy theory, ought to alarm every American. They also, and this is the overarching argument, continue to maintain the president did nothing wrong. This may be the most dangerous point they make, because that means basically you can seek, as President of the United States, to get a foreign nation to help you cheat in an election. And you can do it through any means you like. That is so deeply destructive of our national security and the integrity of our elections, it's hard to overstate the matter. One last thing that really stood out to me, and that was something that wasn't said. It was a name that, in fact, was never mentioned, and that is Mick Mulvaney. There was no mention of the President's Chief of Staff. Now, they say no Democratic witnesses said the security assistance was conditioned. Well, I don't know what they consider Democratic witnesses. Of course, that statement is wrong, too. There were any number of Democratic witnesses who testified exactly the opposite, that the security assistance was conditioned. It was as simple and as clear as 2 + 2 = 4. They put it in writing. They testified about it. Gordon Sondland, they conveniently neglect to tell you, had a direct conversation with the President, which we all remember, in which he says, no quid pro quo, but here's the quid pro quo. No quid pro quo, but Zelensky has to go to the mic and announce these investigations, and he should want to. That's the quid pro quo. So I don't know, maybe they consider him a Democratic witness, but what about Mulvaney? When they say no witnesses made the direct, no witnesses could directly put words in the President's mouth. Well, first of all, of course, Gordon Sondland did, but what about Mick Mulvaney, who admitted in a press conference just like this, of course we did. It happens all the time. Get over it. No mention of the President's Chief of Staff. Now, why is that? This gets me to my final point before I turn it over to my colleague. Why did they make no mention of Mick Mulvaney? Why would they have you look away from the fact that the President's own Chief of Staff has admitted to the most pernicious part of this scheme, which is the withholding of military aid to get Ukraine to do these investigations? Why would they make no mention of that? It gets back to something they argued in the first 2 minutes of their presentation. When they were attacking the House managers, they said, the House managers' goal should be to give you all of the facts. That is our goal. It's just not theirs. Because Mick Mulvaney has some of these facts. Another name you didn't hear was John Bolton. John Bolton has some of these facts. You didn't hear the name Duffy or Blair or other witnesses that the President, who is so confident that this was really about corruption and not about trying to smear an opponent, doesn't want you to hear from. The one question they did not address at all is why they don't want to give the American people a fair trial. Why they want this to be the first impeachment case in history without a single witness and without a single document being turned over. That ought to tell you everything you need to know about the strength and weaknesses of their case, which is they know exactly what the President did. The President's men know exactly what the President did. We proved what the President did. And the last thing they want is more of the truth to come out. Mr. Nadler.
The impeachment managers presenting their counter-argument to the president's defense. Let's bring in Rhonda Colvin to the conversation. Rhonda, even as the impeachment managers push back against claims made by Team Trump, I have a big question. Will the senators, like the moderate Republican senators, hear this message? I mean, we're listening to it, we're absorbing it, but does it matter to the arguments at hand inside that Senate chamber?
Well, you know, it is interesting to hear Adam Schiff just talk about the Republicans did not mention Mick Mulvaney today. And that is an interesting point, because you are left to wonder how they're going to keep him out of any of their statements, because he was the director of OMB, he is the chief of staff, so he is sort of a key player, according to some transcripts in the investigation, who had very direct knowledge of what was going on with this withheld aid. So I think what Schiff just did there is appealing to those moderates, saying, you know, we've got to bring these witnesses in. We still need to bring these witnesses in. And those top two witnesses everyone is talking about is, of course, Mick Mulvaney and John Bolton. I do think, and the minority leader, Chuck Schumer, also touched on that as well, that today highlights the fact for a need for witnesses. So I think you're going to hear that refrain throughout next week. That's really one of the key arguments the Democrats have right now, is when we get to this witness vote, which will come after the opening arguments, we need the right witnesses.
We've certainly heard that before. You know, what I found interesting was how Chairman Schiff was trying to dismantle some of the arguments by President Trump's team. For example, this question of whether or not like a quid pro quo was sort of directly laid out in no uncertain terms, James, and pointing out that that's not how real people talk. Right,
and you don't say this is a quid pro quo.
Right.
You know that's not how it works. And also the other point that Schiff made that I think is significant is, one, Sondland told the Ukrainians, we talked about that earlier, but also that there was a quid pro quo at that point, allegedly, for the White House meeting. And that Zelensky says on the call, I really do want to come to the White House. And the Trump says, right, but I need this favor. And so that's another thing that is a thing of value, which is what the definition of a quid pro quo is, that the White House was dangling through Sondland, through Giuliani and Parnas, through others, and saying, hey, you want this meeting, we want this thing in exchange for that.
Yeah, I mean, access was a huge thing that Zelensky wanted. He wanted to show Russia that he had this relationship with the United States, and that was something that President Trump was holding back from him. And that was pretty clear by that point, I think, to the Ukrainians. Also, Schiff talked about this idea of burden sharing, and that, if burden sharing was the focus of the President Trump's concerns, and why was he constantly telling Zelensky to talk to Rudy? Why wasn't he saying talk to other European leaders? And why?
So he gets off the phone, and when he talks to Gordon Sondland, what his message to Gordon Sondland is, check in with Angela Merkel, check in with the Europeans. Instead, it's really focused on this question.
When he talks to Gordon Sondland the next day, President Trump says, what's the latest on the investigations? He doesn't say, what's the latest on Europeans sharing the burden of aiding Ukraine? He wants to know about the investigations. And so that right there gives you a window into what the president's priorities were.
The other thing Schiff responded to that I thought was important, because this was also central to the president's lawyer's case, was that the Ukrainians have never complained. And they made that point at the top, that the Ukrainians aren't calling this a shakedown. And Chairman Schiff pointed to times when the Ukrainians were expressing to Americans, Zelensky doesn't want to be a pawn, Zelensky doesn't want to be a part of these games, and that they've privately expressed those concerns. And then Schiff explained the two reasons why they can't really go out and publicly say, yes, we felt like we were being shaken down by Trump, which is, one, that it would irrevocably hurt the U.S.-Ukrainian relationship, and two, that it would hurt Zelensky's standing with his own people at home, that he doesn't want to admit that he is kind of at the Americans' beck and call. The other thing I just want to kind of point out was Schiff made a point there, as he did during the trial, about just how important these Ukrainian, the anti-tank Javelin missile system is. And what Republicans will respond to that is to say, like, the Ukrainians were begging for Javelin missiles for 3 years while Barack Obama was president, 2014, 2015, 2016, and Obama refused to sell them the Javelin missiles. That doesn't get to the substance of the case. It was just kind of amusing to hear Schiff talk about how important these weapons are and how they're the most sought after thing, but the Obama administration wouldn't turn them over. I expect you'll hear that from the president's lawyers, and we heard that a lot from House Republicans.
I want to bring up one last thing that Chairman Schiff mentioned, which we hadn't gotten to talk about yet, and it's this question of trusting the Intelligence Committee, and I'm a community, and I was surprised as I was listening to the president's legal team make their arguments when they were basically making, once again, this inference, this accusation that Ukraine meddled in the election, Russia meddled in the election, like it's all one big mismatched soup, and that is absolutely not what the intelligence community has determined. And so we heard Chairman Schiff saying that was, in his mind, an extraordinary argument, that the president has, a reason not to trust his own agencies and rather is trusting intelligence from the Russians.
It's hard to
and
keep
that's
up.
important
Yeah.
because I mean I hope I'm not confusing it too
No,
much,
you're not.
but it's important because it's one of these like debunked sort of conspiracy theory type things, and to hear it brought into the Senate as part of this record
Right.
is an interesting tactic for them to take.
And the fact that Sekulow didn't start talking about CrowdStrike, he didn't explain what it was. He just said the president
He
had
inferred,
valid
right.
reasons to want to follow up on this thing he had heard, which we do know is Russian propaganda, but that he didn't say what the underlying thing was because it is so debunked, including by people who have worked for the president, including by the FBI director who was appointed by
And that
the
is likely to
president.
turn off these moderate
Right,
Republicans
right.
who know that it's been debunked, but he still alluded to it, which does bring it in.
Well, and what Schiff said is that if you read between the lines of he had good reason not to trust his intelligence community, so instead he turned to the people he could trust. Well, that means the people he could trust were the Russians, because who else would he be who else was kind of propagating that conspiracy theory but the Russians? And so basically what Trump's lawyers are saying here is that President Trump would rather get his intelligence from the Kremlin than from his own agents.
We'll see how this all plays. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you so much to Rhonda Colvin, our colleague on Capitol Hill, for all of your reporting today. Colby, you've been filing stories for the live blog as we've been sitting here, and so James and I have been amazed at your ability to multitask and get it all done. Final thoughts from you both as we wrap this show. Colby?
I'm just so curious what we're going to see Monday, because I think Monday is when the fireworks go off. I think Monday is when they go hard on Biden, go hard on Burisma. Why weren't we allowed to talk to Hunter Biden? You're going to see, celebrity people like Dershowitz and Ken Starr out there. And that's the kind of stuff that Trump wants to see. I mean, Trump loves the fireworks. Trump loves the big, splashy defenses. I mean, Trump was probably bored by this today, frankly. And so Monday is going to be playing to both the base and that audience of one.
James?
Yeah, and those 4 moderate senators, that's what this is going to decide. Is this trial going to wrap up Thursday, Friday, or is it going to go another week or two? And these members continue to hold their cards close to the vest. They did not come and talk to reporters today after the trial to say what they think. The people we heard from are the people whose votes we kind of know where they're going. And so I could not agree more with Colby about Monday and how there are going to be fireworks, and it's going to be in many ways for the constituency of one. But that could rub some of these senators the wrong way. A lot of these, Lamar Alexander served in the Senate for more than a decade with Joe Biden. How does he kind of feel if they really are kind of going personally after Biden and calling him corrupt? Does that maybe backfire in some way? And so that's why there will be fireworks on Monday, and I'm excited to tune in. But what impact does then that have on the debate about witnesses that's going to come up on Tuesday and Wednesday?
All right, great. James Hohmann, Colby Ickowitz, thank you so much. And as you heard from our colleagues, the President's defense team will pick up the remainder of their arguments on Monday, and we do expect to see some of those bold names at the podium, including Alan Dershowitz and Ken Starr. We'll bring you that live and uninterrupted right here from the newsroom of the Washington Post. So wherever you're watching, whether it's on our homepage or YouTube or Twitch, please take a moment to subscribe to support the reporting of our newspaper, including Colby Ickowitz, who's doing 2 things at once here on our set, as we bring you the latest on this important story. Thank you so much. I'm Libby Casey. We'll see you on Monday at noon.